let them know I hit it. Okay. Double check the settings.
Do we want to be doing that already?
I don't know.
Check, check. This is Jeff McJuckin doing a quick audio test. Check, check.
Tim Conway. Checking audio.
Jim Yacone, you sound good, Jeff and Tim.
Are we doing video or no video? There we go.
We are doing video.
How are we looking?
I can see you. Looking good.
Awesome.
Pre-testing.
The hey Emily,
Hey.
since there's only a couple of slides for this one, you're just progressing after Ed intros Jim or myself, correct? We don't need screen control.
Actually, Ed is going to share his screen and do all the screen control.
Perfect. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
How's it going?
Well, how are you?
Good. Doing well. Are there others that still need to do audio checks?
Not sure if I heard Matt yet.
This is
Matt,
Matt Hussein. Matt, did you hear me?
Gotcha.
Howdy, y'all.
Loud and clear.
Oh,
Look at that
radio
full
announcer
head of
setup.
hair. I'm so envious of Matt's full head of hair.
I know.
No, it's hard being me.
It's something.
And he does have COVID hair now, which is
And Matt, you
awesome.
show the guns as you sweep it through your flowing hair. Very nice.
Well, you got Randall to blame for that one.
All right, so we are broadcasting live now, and it looks like we have like 52 folks in the audience. What I am going to actually say, and I know Ed will repeat this, but it couldn't hurt to say it now, is for the attendees out there, you have viewing options. You may want to select side by side. Lets you see everybody lined up on the side versus just one at a time or whoever's talking. So it's a great way to see the whole group throughout the panel discussion. Thank you. I'm going to mute.
And for those on the call, we're just waiting for Ed to finish up his keynotes. He is back on the other track, on track 1. He'll finish it up here shortly and join us, and we'll kick things off.
I'll just put this up until Ed gets here and can take over control.
Today's panel is on awkwardly standing around while waiting for the panel to start. We're doing a great job so far.
We are.
I didn't realize it was awkward until you started talking.
That's what I do, Matt. I make things awkward.
Is there a panel today?
Is there a panel? For sure.
I've actually been worrying about that every hour since normally we don't do things on mountain time. So Ed gave me a call this morning at like 5 minutes before 8. So I'm like, oh my gosh, did I mess this up? Am I supposed to be on a panel right now?
I did the time conversions like 5 different times on different days just to make damn sure. Then okay, I'm going to enter it into Google Calendar as Mountain Time. It'll translate just as one more way.
Jeff, I just moved to Mountain Time to make this easier for myself.
Wow.
I'm physically in Utah now.
Okay, Ed is
That
on the
works for
way. I
me.
was watching track 1 and I just watched Ed say goodbye, so he'll magically reappear over here in just a minute.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Jen.
I see quite a few people joining now.
125, 129 participants, 132. Oh my God, it's over 9,000.
Jeff, you already have a fan of your background.
Hello, folks. Good to see you here.
Howdy.
Too. Hi, hi. We'll give 5 minutes or so for people to join this track. And in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. It's great to
Perfect.
see you. Is everybody here?
Yes.
Yeah, we are.
I'm going to stop sharing my screen so you can start sharing yours, okay,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ed?
All right. Is that Emily that's speaking?
It is.
Thank you, Emily. I'm going to put this on the screen and I hope you'll all see it.
Yep, I'll let you know.
All right.
Here we are. Yep.
This is-
Beautiful.
Okay, let me make sure I can advance it. All right. And it's full screen, right?
Yes. Yes, you're great.
Okay. So this is going to be Cyber Ranges track. Very good.
Actually, I can see your gray bar at the top still. It's not the end of the world. Anyways, it's one,
Is it a small gray bar?
just the small gray one. I think you're in good shape.
All right.
And it's a good time to remind everyone who's filing in as well is you have a viewing option at the top of your Zoom. If you put it in side-by-side mode, you can see all these beautiful faces lined up beside Ed's slide. Words are hard today. So feel free to do that so you can see everyone while we're running the panel. Thank you. I'll mute myself now.
Thanks, Emily. I'll give a couple more minutes and then we'll get rolling. I believe we have all of our panelists here, right? Yep, there we do. Good. And
Yeah, do you recognize the shirt?
oh yes, yes, the coins are getting sent soon. That's so exciting. Whew. All right, so waiting for people to file in here. If I could ask my panelists, my wonderful panelists, if you could turn your cameras on, people do want to see you. So we got two Matt Toussaints here. Will the real Matt Toussaint stand up? There we go. Cool. All right. Good, good. Cool. All right.
Yeah, if you'd like, you can demote the other Matt Toussaint from panelist. He's not supposed to be.
Oh boy. Matt Toussaint doppelganger. Matt's got a
Yeah,
cool shirt on too.
He's the bad one.
I was going to say, which one's the evil one? I really don't know.
It's definitely not the one wearing a skull on his chest.
That's
He's
right,
a good
yeah.
guy.
That's how I get it. Yep. Okay. Let's see here. And looking over here. All right. Well, to keep us on time, I am going to go ahead and run through these slides. So for those of you who just came over from track 1, we're glad you're here. Welcome to the Cyber Ranges track. Sans asked me to go over kind of the rules of engagement and such here again. You might have heard Moses Hernandez go through this morning. We want to go through it again just in case anybody missed it. So this is the Cyber Ranges track. It's track 2. We got great stuff for you today. And Please understand that SANS does expect that you'll be respectful and be professional as part of this. We have people coming here from all around the world, people of all genders, sexual identities, cultural and socioeconomic backgrounds, races, ethnicities, nationalities, religions, ages. It is just a group of people so diverse, and we want to treat each other with kindness and respect. If you see somebody that is not treating people appropriately, please do reach out to SANS. We care about that very much. Reach out to conduct@sans.org, or you can go into the Slack channel, the help channel, and ask for help there. So let us know what's happening there. That said, yesterday went very, very smoothly, and everybody was kind and respectful as far as I saw, and we'd love to adhere to that again today. Event communications. If you want to interact with each other while we're going through this, please go to sansurl.com/hackfest-slack so that that you can communicate with your fellow attendees. You could also reach out to the Summits team by going to summit@sans.org. And also on Twitter, we're using the hashtag SansHackFest. Dave Shackelford thinks that is about him because it's San Shackfest, but it's actually Hackfest. All right. Please do fill out those evaluation forms. The SANS team posts those in the announcements and in the Zoom channel. Please do fill those out soon so that you can think about what you're thinking. There's probably one in there recently for a talk that I gave not too long ago. And there's going to be one for this panel, these amazing panelists, in just a bit. Okay. And then again, here we are at our panel, Lessons Learned from Kinetic Ranges. Good stuff there. And I'm going to advance past that. And here's our lessons learned from kinetic ranges. Okay, so let me introduce to you our really incredible panel. I am so honored to be joined by these folks. These are the specialists, these experts. I can't think of a better team to share with us their ideas about what we can learn and share with the community. The Pentest Hackfest and Cyber Range Summit is all about sharing with the community, giving back to the cybersecurity community during these really unusual and unprecedented times. And this panel on lessons learned from kinetic ranges has the following individuals. Let me read just a bit about them to you. I can't read the whole thing because there's just so much. But we're joined here by Jim Yacone. He's SANS Institute and he's the chief of mission. I always like to say that his job is to make sure that SANS is supporting the community and giving back to the community and helping the community in making the world a safer place. Jim previously led business security operations for the world's largest hedge fund. He directed multiple teams in mitigation of cyber, physical, and staff security risks. Prior to that, he worked for 2 decades as a special agent with a law enforcement outfit called the FBI. He was an assistant director in charge of global critical incident response, had over 4,600 personnel reporting to him, dealing with things like SWAT operations, crisis negotiations, hostage rescue, WMD mitigation. This man has worked hard to keep us safe. A New York native, Jim graduated from the United States Military Academy at West Point. Yes, is a BS in mechanical engineering, decorated combat veteran in the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment. Really a great guy, well decorated. It's just incredible. Thank you, Jim, for being here. We also have Amanda Drager with the U.S. Army. Master Sergeant Amanda Drager is a native of West Bend, Wisconsin, Midwest. I love that. She enlisted in the Army in March 2003. Thank you for your service. She attended basic combat training at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. She's done advanced individual training at Fort Gordon. She's served in so many different roles. She's had overseas assignments in South Korea, Alaska, Maryland, and good old Fort Meade, Maryland. She's been deployed to Afghanistan, Iraq. She's currently a student in the U.S. Army Sergeant's Major Academy, which is pretty darn awesome. She's an STI graduate. This is incredible. She's also a knitter. And she knits avidly. She also bested me a few years ago during the Hackfest. She was taking Twitter notes in Hackfest, and I was trying to take Twitter notes, and her notes were not only better than mine, they were faster than mine, and I was embarrassed. But I'm really happy she's here. We have Tim Conway. Tim, if you wave to the folks, from the SANS Institute. Tim is incredible as well. Tim, do you have lights on in your house right now? One of the reasons those lights are as reliable as they are is because Tim has helped with critical infrastructure protection. This man has worked over 2 decades to help make sure power grid systems around the world are safe and secure. Today, he's the technical director of ICS and SCADA programs at SANS, and he's a recognized leader in critical infrastructure protection. We also have Jeff McJunkin from Rogue Valley Information Security. He's a SANS instructor. Yay, Jeff. He's the founder of Rogue Valley Information Security. He's got over a decade experience check this out. Jeff's greatest strength is his breadth of experience. I mean, here Jeff is representing the blue team, but Jeff is also an amazing penetration tester and red teamer, and he can see where these things kind of fit together. He's great at systems architecture. He teaches a variety of different SANS courses, including SANS Security 560. He's currently the lead author. That's the network pen test and ethical hacking class. He's the lead author of SANS Security 580, which is the Metasploit class. And he's competed in many security competitions. Took first place in a regional networks competition for US Cyber Challenge and a whole bunch more. Really cool, Jeff. And Jeff has participated as the blue team coach and lead for various situational training exercises that we've done with the US military. And Jeff is fantastic at that. And finally, last but certainly not least, we have Matthew Toussaint, who's from Open Security, SANS instructor. Matt has been a SANS instructor since 2016. And he says this, he says, look, his inspiration for being a SANS instructor was another instructor who changed his destiny. This instructor told Matt, the opportunity to have a profound elemental impact on a newcomer's information security journey is a singular, rare, and profound thing. I'm just glad for a chance to take the part. I remember when I first met Matt, Matt was with the US Air Force and I was teaching my 504 class and he like blew me away. He rocked it. Just an incredible tour de force of hacking knowledge and defensive knowledge. He served as a senior cyber tactics development lead for the US Air Force. In 2014, he started Open Security, which performs full spectrum vulnerability risk assessments. He teaches SANS Security 460 and 560, and he's one of the developers of the 460 course, which is Enterprise Threat and Vulnerability Assessment. He's here representing the red side of things, but he knows blue so well, it's just incredible. It's a great team. Thank you all for joining us. I'd like to open it up with some questions here. You guys ready? You can talk.
You're ready, Ed.
All right, thank you. I see you all smiling. Very cool. All right, so Jim, let's start with you. The whole theory of this session is that we can learn lessons from kinetic ranges that will help improve our best practices for cyber ranges, right? Maybe it's military and law enforcement examples, which I'm sure Jim has a lot of. Or I think about this way. If you look, the original red teaming was done by military groups and then government groups, and it kind of propagated into the rest of the industry. Or cyber threat intel, right? I mean, intel agencies have been doing that for years, and now it's propagating into the rest of the industry. Maybe we can learn some things from kinetic ranges that propagate through. It's kind of a building blocks approach, starting with the basics. That's our theory, and we're going to see what our panelists say. But we do realize there's some important differences between what the military can do, or even law enforcement, and what commercial organizations can do. Military has strike-back capabilities. Law enforcement has the ability to arrest people. We don't directly have that in the .com world, but still there might be a lot that we can learn. So it's an outcome for today's summit. Best practices and lessons learned. We'd like to answer this question. You're a range if you've met the following criteria. So Jim, given that kind of setup, can you describe how range training works in the US Army and what you think we can learn from cyber ranges? And I think you prepared a slide for that, right?
Yep.
Oh, one other point before we have you guys speak.
Yeah,
You're all speaking for yourselves. Nobody here is representing their organization. It's entirely your own opinion, no matter how correct it is, right? Okay, so there's a slide that Jim put together for us here.
First, I'd like to acknowledge the creator of this slide. So we lost a true leader in the cybersecurity industry last year, Mike Sante. Mike actually started his career as a naval officer, spent plenty of time on kinetic and cyber ranges, but he was really a thought leader in the operational technology and industrial control systems environment, and taught and mentored literally tens of thousands, to include myself. So believe it or not, Mike came up with this slide probably 4 or 5 years ago, and we were in a ranges discussion. Pretty amazing stuff. As Ed reflected earlier, it is a building block approach. And in the military and in my law enforcement career, about 33 years combined, it all started on that 50-meter pistol range, using the simplest of simple weapon systems, the pistol. And once I was able to demonstrate a level of proficiency, I would then, and I would do that on the range by scoring the target after shooting it. I would then be certified to go on and start small unit training, right? And operate as a small crew or a team. And generally the range environment became a little bit more complex, and And then once that team was certified, we got to work as a team of teams in a larger unit on a larger range, practicing our skills, both our individual skills, but really our collective training skills as a team of teams. And then after that, once your unit is certified, you can move on to really combined arms training is what the Army likes to call it, or the military. But it's where we're integrating capabilities. You're integrating tanks and artillery and aviation assets, use of satellites, and now offensive and defensive cyber assets to obtain kinetic effects. So, that building block approach, it continues all the way up. And there's different frameworks that are administered no matter the size and complexity of the range itself. So it's all about the learning outcomes of the Blue Force or the Blue Team operator at the operator, crew, unit, and combined arms level. In all ranges, no matter how basic, when you think about it, have a white cell, right? So even on that 50-meter range with a pistol, you still had range controllers walking the line behind you, making sure that you were using the right protocol to engage the target, and then walking downrange to score afterwards and let you know whether you met the standard or not. So I think about it really like a spiral, an upward spiral cycle. It has to continuously repeat. So, I went on my career and I worked on one of the FBI SWAT teams, and then later on the FBI's hostage rescue team. And even though I could go onto that joint training environment at the mission and unit level, I always had to kind of come back down the spiral and work on my own individual skills. And so it's a continuous learning process up and down, the spiral.
Yeah, I think that's great. So you learn individual skills. You then advance to learn team skills in more and more complex environments, and then team of teams. But you still have to come back to the firing range and make sure you still got those basic skills. That's a really good lesson. Let's move over to Amanda next. Amanda, you participated in a lot of cyber range events, both in the Army and on the civilian side. How do you compare and contrast the two?
I would have to say that one of the biggest differences between the events is the formality of the desired outcomes. Kind of how Jim was stating, in the civilian world, you have that very well-defined progression from the individual to the collective tasks, and there are always very specific outcomes that you're trying to get from those events, from those ranges. In the civilian world, it's a lot more common to see training done for the sake of doing training, something to add to your resume. It is not necessarily directly tied to business objectives for the organization that you're supporting. Another thing is kind of the ad hoc nature sometimes that you'll see of more civilian run events. Whereas if you have a helicopter pilot, you would not expect them to immediately jump onto a new airframe for an event. You are going to use the same tools and equipment that they've been training with all along. You're not going to spring something new on them.
Yeah.
Whereas as technicians, a lot of times we are expected to be able to roll up into an unfamiliar environment, and all of the kit that we've used in our day-to-day training and operations is thrown out the window, and you only have what is specific to that environment. So that can be a major shock to the system.
Mm-hmm. I really liked both parts of what you said, the first part especially, and that is tying back what you're trying to learn in the range to the business objectives. Military's got very specific and potentially lethal, if not followed carefully, objectives, right? I think we could do a lot better in the private sector on that. That is really good. Oh, thank you. Let's move to Tim. Let's see here. So Tim, power industry background. How does the power industry do cybersecurity training with respect to ranges? What lessons can we learn from there? And I think you have a slide that illustrates
Sure
that.
do.
Here we go. Good.
Yep. Before I jump into what would be on the right side, kind of the equivalent of what Jim covered, the stair-step approach to training. Before I cover that, I just want to briefly, for for those who are not familiar, from a power sector, what we're trying to understand is the training range that we would need to build so we could actually address and train towards the challenges that the people who work in that space are trying to manage. So from an electric system operator or an operations technology individual or practitioner, they work in rather complex environments, and they definitely have some high impact risks if they were to take an inappropriate action. And the types of individuals that we're training, again, many of these individuals who progress into this role, they may have worked in power generation facilities, they may have come from field substation environments, or they may have been in engineering roles, or possibly even from some other technical role in a different sector completely. Then they find themselves kind of in a control center environment. So for those who've never been in one, it's kind of the images that you see where it's just a human completely engulfed in monitors and screens and displays. They find themselves surrounded by all of these systems with tons of alarms and large phone banks and radio systems and weather alerts and outage maps. It's very comparable to just kind of appearing in Vegas. All the things that are happening that are in some senses of equal importance and trying to vie for your time. Kind of the left side of this slide is showing that complex environment. And to the degree that we can, they try to manage in every way possible that experience for the operator or for an operations technology person who is trying to support the systems the operator is using. So that includes everything from workstation design to floor layouts to where staff are positioned, areas of control, kind of segmentation of duties. But overall, there's a overarching governance model that is kind of in place in regards to who has ultimate authority of the reliability of the electric system. With all of those efforts to kind of manage that complex environment, there is still a large need for a focused training program, and that's what's on the right side of the slide. And that didn't always exist. In the old days, an operator or an operations technology person would kind of come into a role, and once their peers sort of gave them a thumbs up, they were sitting the board and controlling the electric system or directly supporting the technology that enabled it. Over time, that became something that was no longer acceptable, and a formal development training program started to exist for operator certification credentials. So definitely focused on individual skill training, and then providing essential on-the-job training. And that's really where simulators started to come into play, and the development of simulation capability that could capture a storm rolling through and then replay that storm for every operator during their training shift, or capturing a power system outage like the August 14th event that occurred and replaying that for every single operator. As those simulations and those capabilities started to progress kind of into this third level, adding in exercise capability for coordinated cyber and physical attacks that would affect the electric system, and kind of towards this last step is being able to have simulation models that include cyber attacks, include cyber misuse and manipulation, and allowing operators to kind of each practice and play the way they would in a real world event. We're going to be talking about that specifically a little bit more later today with the session with myself and Phil Hagen.
I'm looking forward to that. Thanks, Tim. That's really cool. Let's move over to Jeff next. So Jeff, you and Tim are the two civilians on the panel, but you have participated in a lot of blue team exercises for the military. And I've been so impressed with how you run those, especially with cyber protection teams. What have you learned from those military engagements that might apply to other people in CTFs or ranges?
Absolutely. The TLDR, never underestimate teamwork.
Yay.
Never underestimate the difficulties of communication as you start to scale beyond the 1 or 2 or 3 people. Generalizations are fraught with peril, but I'm going to continue on nonetheless. The private sector in general often has time to dive deeper into more deeply technical skills, but getting them to work together is very much like herding cats. Absolutely, right? They struggle with communication. They struggle with teamwork. Our military partners, however, tend to work much, much better as a team, which is great to see. This is an analogy that may not work for everyone, but as I'm thinking of like big clusters, big things working together, lots and lots of CPUs, you see this perfect scaling. If you add one person or one CPU, you have 100% scaling. In the end, the second one, you might think, oh, we get now 200%, it's twice as fast. But no, you get like 1.9 times faster. And you add a third, and you're supposed to get to 300%, but you're more like 2.7, 2.5, right? That scaling factor is a huge difference. And that's why being able to work in larger and larger teams is a really powerful skill that us civilian cats tend to ignore. So sure, spend time thinking, studying about the subject material of ranges, capture the flag exercises, but also spend your time on communication. Spend your time thinking about how the flow of information, the people need the right information at the right time, but you don't want all information to go to everyone all the time. That's just going to be way too much overflow. But if you have to fail kind of one way or the other, probably fail to slightly more information than you need for context, but not just overflowing the person entirely. So teamwork is one thing that I wish the private sector would take back from the military world, because
that's really good. And practicing that teamwork. I love that. I've talked to a few CISOs of like Fortune 500 companies, and they tell me that's their biggest worry is the teamwork and the information flow between organizational silos. Because if you don't do that right, you can't respond to an incident. Yeah,
that's one thing I love about like, not to plug, but TBT 570, right? Having so many people from so many different areas. We have the network specialists next to the forensic investigators, next to the incident responders, next to the reverse engineers. Normally they'd be like different sections within the organization. They wouldn't see each other. Being in the same physical room, right? You get to see that information flow, that what's the term, feedback loop, get much quicker, which is great.
That's a SANS class. They call it TBT 570 or SEC 570. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Hey Matt, let's move to you now. What tips? So you've done a lot with red teaming. I've seen it in the STX exercises. Obviously, you've got some blue team experience with the Air Force as well. But what tips do you have for red teamers in creating realistic campaigns? What level of depth and planning is required? How much improvisation has to be done? How do you do this, and what can we learn across general sectors from that military experience?
Well, I actually think you bring up a very specifically good point, and it's kind of that differentiation between improvisation and planning. And so I'm going to riff a little bit off of Jeff here, because Jeff was talking about teams and teamworks. And in say, I've got a military background. In the military, we often have these big teams, and it might be multiple different teams. They're interacting with different forces. They might be related to different, say, areas of responsibility. But you've got big teams. Say our default one for a cyber protection team might be 39 people. So when you have more people involved in some kind of engagement, you need to have more planning. Otherwise, there's no way you're going to be able to guarantee that value, and that your learning objectives or your objectives for the exercise in general are going to be successful. And so I think when we talk about improvisation versus planning, one of the biggest things to consider there is how are you going to guarantee that value? And if you have trouble with that guarantee, planning tends to be the thing to protect and to save up against that. In the military, where you've got these big teams, we also have an extremely tight focus on something like planning. What I tended to find was that, oh man, I always wanted us to improvise a little bit more, because we couldn't really think on our feet and operate on our feet, because that wasn't really part of the plan. And if you don't have that improvisation, that ability to iterate based on a constantly changing, for lack of a better term, to use the word battle space, right? A constantly changing environment that you're operating against. Well, then when the blue team does something, then on the red side, well, that wasn't part of the plan.
Yeah.
Now what? And the same is true for the blue team, right? I was talking with Kevin Fiskus about cyber deception last week. And when it comes to a red team attacker, we're often trying to look like what's normal, right? Maybe we'll mirror SMB-based communication. That's a bit of deception against the blue team. And so, oh, now the stuff that I was expecting to work or be normal, well, it's not very normal anymore. So how do you improvise in those circumstances as well? And so I think that that's really a key component for every organization. You might be too much on the planning side or too much on the improvisation side, but you want to meet in the middle to guarantee that value, and also to make sure that these exercises serve as an opportunity for both the blue team to grow and the red team to grow in unexpected ways.
That's really cool. It's kind of the opposite side of the coin that Amanda was talking about, and how the military side is very structured, the commercial side isn't structured. And we want to kind of have that middle ground, and maybe you have to start from something that's structured and then improv on top of that. Because if you just have chaos, it's hard to make sure you're meeting learning objectives. That's really cool. It's an excellent point.
Absolutely.
Uh,
To answer the
Go
you can
ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
The second part of your question was how do you build a realistic campaign? And I think that that's also a big question here, as in, sure, we can do some pen testy style techniques on the red side, but how do we make it real world? And sometimes you've just got a perfect opportunity to do this. For example, at Open Security, we were doing a incident response last year for an organization that was just terribly, terribly compromised. Ransomware, originally for $2.8 million, they ended up paying $1.4 million in extortion fees in order to get their network back. So it was really, really bad. And we helped them get better. We helped get the attackers out of the environment because they might say that they've left, but that doesn't mean that they have. But it does actually point towards a perfect opportunity to grow and get better, and also the perfect, most realistic red team engagement. For example, the intrusion set that had compromised them, we were able to do threat attribution and determine that it was Lazarus Group. And so we spent about 8 months with them trying to get them better and more secure, so we'd be confident that they could be successful at defending against them. And then in February, actually, I went there in person and I was doing purple team work with them, with the blue teamers on site. And I had some of my red teamers remotely threat emulating against Lazarus Group. So in this case, as far as realism goes, perfect. We were doing the incident response, so we know exactly what might be in their threat model, who might be targeting them. We know exactly what their TTP word that we're going to use. And we did a lot of work to try to see and guarantee that the blue team would have a chance, right? Because if you're doing a red team exercise, one of the biggest places where people go wrong is they might try to get into one too early. If you have no ability to do detection or active defense against, say, the red teamers, well, then there's really no value for you to extract either. So that 8-month period between incident and red team exercise was all spent on, yes, healing the network, but also gaining some kind of confidence that when we go into this engagement, we can test all of these different capabilities and feature sets, new components of the environment from a security perspective to see if they actually work well. And so that drives your learning objectives, and it makes it very, very realistic. Now, not everyone has such a terrible circumstance to make a realistic opportunity off of. But so the only difference that you have to recognize there is that we had a really, really easy job threat modeling. So the more realistic you want to make this, the better your threat model needs to be. And I think planning against that is going to be one of the most important things to guarantee that you get that value.
That's cool. Really good. Thank you. Let's go back to Jim. And you mentioned realism, Matt. Part of the thing for realism is not just what red does and what blue does, but the environment itself. So Jim, you have some thoughts on gray space and its importance in making a realistic exercise. Can you define gray space for us and give us some tips for how it can be done right?
I can. Ed, gray space is really, think about it in a very simple way. The blue team occupies terrain in a physical or kinetic environment as well as a cyber environment. And the red teamers or the adversary does the same. The gray space is really all of that other space in between, and it is the operating environment. So think of it as the environment, the infrastructure itself. I'll use an example kind of back on what I talked about earlier, the Urban Training Center.
Yep.
Allows a military or law enforcement organization to kind of move throughout the training scenarios set up against an adversary in a similar environment to what they might experience in a normal city. The gray space, again, think of it from a simulation perspective, it's the normal network traffic, the endpoints, and the infrastructure that is seen in that cyber, on that cyber range.
Yeah, it's important to do right, or else red and blue just don't have an environment that even makes sense.
That they can hide in, right? So, I mean, Matt's job to build that threat campaign, it's hard if he doesn't have good gray space in his cyber environment to build a threat campaign, because the blue team can literally pick out the bad guys everywhere very easily.
Or if the blue team literally outnumbers the number of hosts that the red team could be on. So
That's right.
you each get one host. Good job.
In there.
Good luck. Good
May have
luck.
seen that.
Yeah. Hey, let's go with Amanda next. Amanda, when working on a kinetic range with a larger group, which you have a lot of experience with, how do you define things up front to ensure that you're going to get value out of it? And then how do you map that to cyber ranges?
As mentioned before, it's really the deciding what your business objectives are that you're trying to accomplish. And there's a document, a link to a document that I already dropped into the hallway in the Slack channel. It's a military training circular on signal training strategy. What that means is it is how signaliers, which is basically Army IT people, should structure their training. And it's everything from those individual events to the large collective events and the combined arms maneuvers that Jim was talking about earlier. And that is really so much of it is, what are your target collective tasks? Are your target collective tasks those technical tasks, or is it, as Jeff mentioned before, the teamwork aspect of things? This might be your one chance to really stress your team, your leadership, and all of your processes and flows without actually breaking your own network. So take the chance to do that. You can put them under pressure, and you can also roll in aspects of the team that we don't always think about. Your crisis communications, your legal team, all levels of management. Those are all parts of the organization that you really need to practice stressing.
Yeah. And that's something that a range can really give you. You know, I talked earlier about just skilling yourself up, but where ranges can really shine is putting your team together, making sure that they can practice together. Communication was crucial. I really like the message that you guys are constructing here.
I think it was John Strand who had a tweet about, be honest, how many people is your incident response plan to throw out your incident response plan and to do whatever management tells you? Because they've never been integrated in any of the incidents, the test incidents before, right? The exercises. So it really doesn't matter what your plan is, because you're just going to do what they tell you anyway. Integrating them earlier in the process means you actually have a chance of going through like a plan, as opposed to just improvisation of whatever the biggest name says you need to do.
So true. I've seen many organizations, their incident response plan is a piece of paper, and they have it so they can say they have it, but then they just do whatever they're told improvisationally, and it doesn't end well. Hey, Tim, let's move to Tim next. One of the coolest things that I've seen you do is these GridX exercises that you work on. Can you describe those for us a little bit and talk about some lessons that you've learned that might be generally applicable? So what is GridX?
So it's a topic that I could probably talk about for days, and I think I have about 35 seconds. So I will tell you, it's a industry exercise to solve the problem that you've just been talking about. That for years we were mandatory, regulatory required to have an instant response plan, and generally, because of the dynamic nature of the threats or the system conditions, we look to the operations team to tell us how to move. So focused on reliability, focused on restoration of power, that's who we follow, not necessarily the way it was talked about previously to management or leadership. GridX is a national grid exercise, so all of North America participates. It has grown over the years since 2011 from 200 some participants into about 7,500 players now. Happens every other year. It's a coordinated cyber physical attack against the electric system with integrated response from operators and all levels of the organization. The piece that I would say is it really focuses on, do you have a plan, exercise the plan, test the plan, update it, lessons learned, and just your capability to response. So it's very, very kind of tabletop and unity of message and making sure everybody knows where to be and when. The individual skill practitioner side is really something that we focus a lot on with GridNetWars. And again, we'll be talking about that later. But bottom line, I think every critical infrastructure key resource in the nation should be doing it, their own version, and in every country. It's has tremendous value.
Cool. That's really good. Hey, we're running low on time. We got about 4 minutes left. I'm going to run till 3/4 past the hour. So let me ask for some closing thoughts from some of our folks here. Hey, Jeff, there's one really big point that you want to bring home to people about how they can leverage cyber ranges to get the most value. Maybe from a kinetic perspective, which you've seen military or law enforcement use, what would it be? Oh, and Matt, just so you know, I'm going to ask you the same question in a bit. Jeff, I think you're on mute. Jeff, you're saying brilliant things, I'm sure.
They were brilliant. I can't just repeat that point. I'm going to steal Ed's story. First time we ran Cyber STX for military partners, we asked for feedback at the end. And the short answer we got at first was, this is the best cyber range we've ever worked with. Yes. Wow, that's amazing. How? What makes it the best? Army captain said, because every other cyber range we've dealt with, bar none, in all of our training thus far, has crashed. You managed to stay alive. Sweet, you're the best, therefore. Stability matters, right? Simplicity matters. My sysadmin background says that simple systems fail in simple ways. Do not add more complexity than you need. Now, you do need some gray space. You do need some spot for attackers to hide, but track your dependencies. The domain controller needs to be up before the SQL server is up. Both of those have to be up before the web server can be up. These are all failure points that will fail during the exercise. Keep your dependencies simple, and therefore your systems will fail, but in less surprising ways. I've had some horror stories here of trying to hold together two domain controllers that can't sync during an event. Avoid that where possible.
Yes, that's good. Yeah, avoid complexity. Domain controllers define complexity.
Yes.
So Matt, can you give us some closing thoughts here as we finish up? What can people learn to make this work well for them?
Absolutely. So when it comes to developing an exercise and a range to then perform that exercise against, I think we really need to focus on what our outcomes need to be. And our outcomes might be twofold. One might be confidence, and another one might be growth. And I think those are the two general categories, if you will, for outcomes that you want when you're doing some kind of exercise on some cyber range. And that cyber range and the exercise design, if you will both feed into that and the success of that. For example, one thing that I see a lot of people do is they want to make it as realistic as possible. So what they may say is, well, we're not going to give you access, red teamers. You're going to have to do a phishing campaign. But what you don't necessarily consider is all of the work that's involved with doing that. Now, will an attacker 100% of the time be able to create an email account? Yes, we're not really proving anything here, and blue team's not learning anything. Neither is red team, because they're just clicking through some wizards in Microsoft, right? And will we 100% of the time see a user click on some link? Yes, that's going to happen, right? So these are circumstances in our cyber physical environment that we have acknowledged the existence of, right? So in our exercise, do we derive any learning objective from either blue or red by performing those, or are we just losing time and wasting valuable resource? And so I think this is actually a real key point when we think about something like gray space and also white space. So one of the things that if you've been in the military and involved in military exercise, one of the terms you hate the most is what we call white carding. What white carding is you say, hey, look, we're going to acknowledge that this is a thing and we're going to move on, because we're focused on accomplishing our learning objectives or proving that some mission component will be successful or unsuccessful. So we're going to white card that because A, it may cost a lot of money. Let's say we're going to drop a real bomb. Well, that munition might be very expensive, right? So we're going to white card the realism out of that component so that we can move on. In cybersecurity, we might do the same thing. We don't have access to a certain resource, so we'll white card the existence of it. Alternatively, that resource we're trying to save might not be money, it might be time. So we're going to white card phishing, and we're going to do assumed breach as a scenario for our actual engagement here. And so when we think about gray space and white carding, what gray allows us to often accomplish is to soft white card, if you will. And here's an example of that. What we'll often see as far as a gray cell, if you will, it's a person who is emulating gray space. They might just have an email account that's on the domain, and any email they get, they just click on the links. Now, will every user in the real world click on every single link? No. A real attack, you have to develop ruses. You have to try to convince or deceive users into clicking on things. But eventually we have, again, white carded. We've acknowledged that that's going to happen. The learning objective that we're trying to pull out of this is for blue team to identify compromise when it happens and to respond to that. And on the red team side, we're trying to look at, once that click has happened, what are the next cascading events for the organization? And what is the potential vulnerability surface area from, say, a lateral movement perspective? How long does it take red to accomplish their objective? Maybe that objective is get access to all the systems and drop ransomware. Now, you may want to white card the ransomware so that you don't destroy your entire network. Yeah. And so we talk about gray space, white space, blue and red team engagements. All of these are components of an exercise that we want to leverage in order to garner the maximal value that we can out of one of these engagements.
What I really like that you said there, it's interesting. Realism is important. However, if you focus on realism of every individual step, some of that is wasting time and money. And there's really no reason to emulate that phishing campaign to achieve some other learning objective. The other thing that you said that I thought was really smart is start with the learning objectives. What are you trying to learn here? Amanda said that. Folks, we're out of time, but I'd like to encourage each of our, thank you panelists. I'm so glad you were here. Please do go over to the Slack channel, and all of our attendees can go over there as well. We're gonna take a 15-minute break, but it's hallway panel lessons learned. If you go into that one, I saw Amanda was in there, and we have some other folks in there. If you could go over there, you can ask additional questions of our panelists. We're gonna be starting track 2 again at the top of the hour, when we're going to have really, really cool presentation from Chris Elgie and Simon McNamee on building compelling cyber challenges and range scenarios. So panel, thank you for sharing your knowledge and expertise. Really cool stuff. Let's go over into the Slack channel. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, and if I could remind everybody to fill out the eval, we would appreciate your feedback. That's very important to us. Thanks so much. Okay, we're getting ready for the next session. It's coming right up. The next session we'll call How Quickly Can Ed Eat a Quesadilla? The answer is pretty fast. So this is your audio check from Ed SCOTUS, test 1, 2, 3.
Sounding great.
Very good, thank
Loud
you.
and clear.
Yay. Mr. LG, love to hear from you.
You know what's funny is Ed and I didn't coordinate this, but
You sound very quiet to me, like really quiet. Simon, do you want to test your audio and video, please?
Am I better now, Ed?
You sound great. I like it. And Simon, can we hear from you? All right.
Yeah, working on it.
Okay, sure. So, Chris, I think that means you're going first. Hey, there's Simon. Looking
Yes.
good, buddy. Looking good. All right. I'm really looking forward to your session. It's one of my favorites of the day. Don't tell the other sessions I said that.
I'm sure they didn't hear you.
Yeah. They're probably trying to eat a quesadilla too.
Sound coming through okay?
You sound great.
Excellent.
And do we seem to be roughly the same volume in relation to each other?
Yep. Simon sounds a little bit louder, but it's okay.
I can move the mic a little bit. It's
fine.
Or I'll whisper.
Right. So we're gonna have Mr. LG share his screen first, I think, when we start up, and then you're gonna hand it over to Simon at the appropriate time.
I think we're actually going to be, the slides are going to be shared by the AV team, and I'm going to click through.
You got it.
Just remember, the first click might take as many as 10 seconds, and subsequent clicks might take 3 or 4. Something I learned yesterday.
Oh boy. It shouldn't take that long. And if you get like the bonk noise when you're going to hit it, it just means you have to click into the Zoom window for it to recognize you. All right, I'm gonna move over to that slide when we come back, and we've still got the timer going. Actually, I'll just wait a minute and I'll take us back to the.
So I think what I'll do is I'll introduce Chris LG first. Chris, you do your magic. And of course, for the audience that's here, please type in questions into Zoom, or we do have, let's see, what is the name of this session over in Slack? I'm looking for it right now. I'm not seeing it. Do you guys see it?
There's
There's 2 tracks.
Hallway LG McNamee.
There it is. I found it. Got it. Cool. So if you have questions or want to engage in some chat with us, please go to hallway-lg-McNamee. I see Totally Not Robots is there. Totally Not Robots, you've been busy. I've been seeing a lot of you in Slack, so that's great. And we're about ready to start. I think about 30 seconds or so from now. So slides are loaded. Are we good there, Emily?
Yes, just waiting one moment. I have to just switch one setting. Thank you.
Okay, good. And there's Geek Girl. Glad you found it. Geek Girl's been busy in Slack too. I've seen a lot of you too. I will not say a thing. Totally Not Robots. Look at that. All right. So Emily, you say when we should go.
I was muted. I'm sorry. Feel free to start, Ed. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Hey, folks, welcome back to the Cyber Ranges track. It's great to see you all again. We've got a really neat session. I was just telling the folks that are about to present to you that this is one of my favorite sessions of the whole track, because we're going to hear from some people who create cyber ranges and CTFs, and we're going to get into their minds and kind of understand how they do it and what they're thinking about. We're going to have 2 presenters. I'll introduce one, then he'll do his talk, and then I'll introduce the second. If you have any questions or commentary, you could type it into Zoom, or you could put it directly into the particular Slack room we have set aside for this, which is hallway-lg-McNamee. Now, let me introduce to you Chris LG. with a penchant for puzzles. Chris is a challenge developer and penetration tester for CounterHack. How about that? He was the project lead for CounterHack for Core NetWars 6, contributes to many other projects. He has a leadership role in the Holiday Hack Challenge, which has just been delightful. He also holds a commission with the Army National Guard and has served in roles from international partnership management to red team leadership on large scale exercises. I first met Chris, 5 years ago, working on a large scale exercise. And I was just so impressed with him. And now I have the honor of working with him. He's on our team over at CounterHack, and he does really incredible work. So without further ado, let's give a round of applause to Chris Elgee. Yay, Chris! I think you're on mute, Chris.
Okay, how about now? My mute button went away. Matt Hussein would make fun of me because I'm running from Linux and it's always something strange. So yeah, my name is Chris. Thanks, Ed, so much for that introduction. I do love making these games, and Simon and I are going to be going through this really back and forth. So I'll kind of go through the agenda, and then Ed, if you would introduce Simon going into the next slide. But what he and I are going to go through with this talk are first, why do we do these challenges? Who are they for? And then how do we shape the challenges? And we want to shape them to make them engaging and to make them educational. We'll talk for a bit about storyline, whether and why you should have a storyline with challenges. Ed talked a bit about that earlier today. And then we'll do a bit of the kind of the nitty gritty behind the scenes of the dev stuff that has to go on the QA. And then lastly, we'll close with the secret sauce for what makes a really good challenge.
And you know what makes for a really good challenge? Having secrets and teasing people. I see what you anyway. Let me introduce Simon McNamee. Simon is an incredible guy. I first met him, I think it was about 1.5 years ago, where he TA'd for my 560 course at Sans Orlando. And he was fantastic. First of all, he was a lot of fun to be around, but technically very gifted. He works on James Line's team, developing really high quality challenges and cyber range events. He was instrumental in the development of Jupiter rockets and so many other things that are going on with SANS CTFs. The guy's spectacular. So anyway, happy to introduce you folks. Take it away.
Awesome. So when we first start looking at sort of building these ranges, like Chris said, we need to look at why we're actually building them. So what skills are we trying to teach? Are we trying to teach a sort of skill indeed, or is it going to be built as a competitive environment? We're looking at kind of what is the end state of it? Are we trying to sort of build team cohesion? Are we running it as a business unit? Are we bringing sort of a group of analysts in to run through some blue team exercises? Or are we just trying to build sort of ad hoc teams on the day and just playing for fun and sort of running through that?
And then you'll notice too, as we go through that, we get these chunks of tweets popping up. Ed mentioned this thread earlier today, where someone asked, why are CTFs bad? And we're going to kind of thread these through because they make for kind of honestly useful feedback that are from people who play and build CTFs. And you'll see a couple today from Mark Blackmer. And indeed, they are all a bit different. So target audience. There are so many different people in the industry. There are different people trying to get into the industry. So each of these CTFs have totally different targets, right? Something like a NetWars tournament is targeted at people who are at SANS conferences. So people who are probably already in the industry or at the beginning of their journey in the industry, maybe. Whereas something like Jupiter rockets has a different focus. And then. You see here that Merv Sahin, thank you so much for your comment about how some people think that that everybody in InfoSec must want to not sleep and they just want to compete and that's not their preference. But some people think it's that CTFs are the esports of the community. I think that's more my view, but obviously I'm biased. And the mute button, Simon, it got you too.
Buttons are hard. Yeah, I think I fall more on the kind of enjoying the competitive side. And I think might somewhat be reflected in sort of Jupiter rockets and what you can see in there. It's definitely aimed at sort of more skilled people with experience. It's potentially not all that useful as a sort of learning tool if you're just new to the industry or just trying to sort of try CTF out for the first time. But hopefully, if you've got a bit of experience and you know some of the skills that you need, it's a really good, fun, competitive environment. And yeah. So when we're looking at this and we're trying to work out sort of where we need to land, we need to sort of work out where on the spectrum of sort of skills from beginner to ninja we actually want to be targeting our challenges and the range and kind of things around it. Ideally, you want to maybe be aiming to cover an array from sort of, maybe beginner to moderately difficult challenges. You're probably not going to hit all of them. It's very difficult to do so. But you want to try and have that range in there. One of the big things that you sort of really, and we try to do it, is make sure that everybody scores at least some points. If you get some people who turn up and are, find themselves very quickly out of their depth, they should never leave scoring 0 points. If it's too hard, everything's too hard, you switch people off, and so potentially if it's too easy, you run the opposite risk and it can become sort of boring. Finding that balance is hard, and so I imagine Chris has got some input on that.
Yeah, it definitely is. And sometimes there are tricks you can play, right? Like sometimes you can make shortcuts so that the pros can just answer this, medium hard challenge to skip some of the easier ones, but that's kind of hard to build in. And how do you measure the points for that? I do want to grab Yar's comment there at the bottom that whatever you're doing in a CTF, hopefully you're not just doing the things you're good at, and you are kind of growing your skill base a bit. Maybe that's using a journal of CTFs and challenges and things you're using, but do try to grow as you're playing these things. So as far as shaping the challenges themselves, we built this XY axis of time versus skill required to accomplish different things. And I think anybody who's played has experienced things in all different parts of this spectrum, right? In the bottom left, you've got host name. What is the host name of the device you're on? As long as you can get a VM up and running, which is not assumed, which shouldn't be assumed, but as long as you can get on, then there are simple challenges that anyone can do and do relatively quickly, especially with some hinting. And we'll talk more about hinting in a little bit. Going all the way to the far right end there along the bottom of stack-based buffer overflow. If you've been practicing for OSCP or something, a simple stack-based buffer overflow is going to be pretty quick for you to do, but it does require a higher level of skill. Now, going up the y-axis to the zip turducken, I'm actually going to issue an apology to anybody who's played NetWars Tournament 6 and been frustrated by the challenge, by gum, it's gum, because I'm that guy. I made the it was like gzip and a tar and a whatever, and then it's encoded a few different ways. And my intent of building that was to kind of walk people through different ways of packing and encoding and decoding data. But I understand that does take some time and it can be frustrating, and my heart goes out to you.
Yeah, and so looking at this, and Chris did a good job of kind of showing the difficulty along the curve there. There's almost a hidden axis that should be on here of kind of reward. And when you're kind of looking at this, as you're moving in, the reward for a challenge should also reflect the amount of effort that's put in. Whether it's sort of towards the left, it's a beginner challenge, but it's quite difficult, it takes a lot of time, or whether it's sort of hard and requires very specific skills. Making sure the reward is appropriate as well while you're trying to define these is quite an important thing. So then that sort of moves us on to the sort of shape and direction of a challenge. Or is it a guided one, much like if you've played the sort of NetWars mini missions with the split terminals, where you can sort of step through and it's almost guided step-by-step challenges that progressively get harder? Or, and I know quite a lot of you have played Jupiter Rockets sort of over the last day or so, towards the other side where it's like, ready, go, here's an environment. And you're given very little or potentially no guidance at all. And trying to find where to fall on that spectrum can be very, very difficult. So guided is very useful as a teaching tool if you're trying to build skills in people, or maybe it's a new concept technology and you kind of want to build a really cool challenge around it, then guided is probably the way to go. Unguided and sort of more open range, go and find the things is generally more useful as sort of a skill check. And I've seen it used a lot more sort of in that regard.
Yep. So again, it gets back to the training objective, right? It depends what you're trying to teach people and what people want to learn as to how guided or unguided a challenge is. One way to kind of bring people along is with successive challenges. And here's an example from the Holiday Hack of 2018, where Chris Davis and I did a talk on HTTP2 because it's a new technology that we had a training objective. We wanted people to learn this tech. So we did this talk. And then I had a very simple terminal challenge where people were curling with HTTP2, and that's a curling stone at the top there. And then Chris had a much more involved challenge where here's an HTTP2 PCAP, and his talk went through how to decode that and decrypt that given the right keys. So it kind of brought people along.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the biggest thing with successive challenges. If you're doing a new or sort of difficult technique or tool, having that allows you to break it up into those discrete chunks. It stops it becoming too difficult for maybe someone who has the skills but doesn't know it. If you break it up into those steps of kind of do this, then this, then this, oh, and look at that, you've actually solved this big thing over here. It helps to break it up and sort of almost make it a little bit easier. So then that takes us on to hints. Hints are really, really useful for sort of taking that, I don't know how to solve this challenge, I'm stuck, I've hit a wall, and getting somebody through that challenge and turning it into a positive. So a solve using hints is kind of just as valuable and exciting to a player, especially somebody who's new or maybe pushing the boundaries of their skills, as sort of a solve without hints for somebody who, is a ninja in that area. They refuse to take the hints. Some people do that. They'll play through sort of net wars and refuse to take any hints, sort of rather trying to grab a person than take the hints in the game. But so taking those hints doesn't detract from the sort of learning and the fun from the actual solve itself.
Yeah, and Simon and I have both been that guy, right? Where we just beat our head against the wall and won't take the hint, and then finally we do, and we're like, oh, I was going down the complete wrong path. So sometimes we have them like in Net Wars, we'll have the hints where you click and take a hint, and then there's no point penalty, but it does end up being a tiebreaker, or it could be, it usually isn't. At the same time, Chris Davis has really spearheaded this split screen terminal thing that's been fantastic for us in the mini Net Wars, where we kind of almost force feed hints, right? Like they sort of come in context, and then you can write at the terminal, ask for different help, and get those there, and that's not tracked. And I think when we're not tracking hints, people tend to be more likely to take them, but I can't say that we've honestly measured that. But hints can be, yeah, like Simon said, just a great way to bring people through, make sure they're learning and moving forward. Now, for realism, realism is huge, and as much as you can get it, the better. I'll drop Ed's name again. He was talking today about, the difference between a range and a CTF is, well, is it the level of realism? Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But whichever you're playing, whatever you want to call it, realism helps. So you can see here a shot of a soldier and a civilian partner looking at a simulated SCADA box at a Cyber Yankee exercise. You can see in the bottom right, Cyber City, which is this massive miniature town that's actually in its basement that has real SCADAs and PLCs underneath it running. And with those pieces, you can make some really realistic challenges. But we can't always do that, right? Like we would love to make it so that whenever you solve a problem and get a flag, that a centrifuge spins too fast and breaks, but it's just not realistic. And the time you put into making something super realistic with all the fake data is time you could be spending adding more challenges to a CTF. So it's always a trade-off.
Yeah, and we've tried adding those things in and adding sort of almost kinetic elements to these challenges. We've had robotic arms and things like that. And while it's very, very cool, the amount of time, effort, and sort of misery that went into making that actually work compared to what we could have sort of spent on sort of making some more awesome challenges and content. It's a difficult balance to strike. It's very, very cool, but it's not always worth it. So then we So carrying on the shape of the challenge and defining how we're building them, we ideally want to make sure that the challenge is solvable in maybe more than one way. You want to try and avoid sort of falling into that trap of sort of guess what color underwear I was wearing last Thursday. And so one of the things we do, and I'll touch on it a little bit more later, is when we're building the challenges, is sort of we'll make sure that somebody else tests it without the solution, just to make sure that it's kind of one, solvable, and two, to try and identify those alternate paths. Sometimes challenges are really, really obvious. Those of you sort of who've come across those, where you sit there, you bang your head against it for sort of hours maybe, and then when you find out, you're like, oh, that was it. Those of you doing Jupiter Rockets today, you might have done or tried to do the sandwich shop challenge. There's actually a few ways of solving that, and every time we run this, somebody seems to find a new way. One of the coolest we've seen so far was someone on the cyber discovery program in the UK. It was a 15-year-old who actually cross-referenced phone numbers against local businesses and found it that way. That was awesome. And just having those extra paths in those is really, really cool.
Yeah, and we never want to really pigeonhole you down one path. I mean, unless we're trying to teach a specific path, like, you know, decrypting HTTP2 in Wireshark or something like that. We want there to be other ways to do it, but it can be difficult. So, you know, here on screen is just an example of one of the blocks of hints from NetWars Tournament 6, where, hey, you need to decrypt this thing. You can do it from Bash with OpenSSL, or you can do it from Python. I'm sure it can be done with Perl. Ron Bose would use Ruby, but you know, he's kind of mad like that. Yeah, and we don't want to force you down one path whenever we can avoid that. So I am guilty of this. I am guilty of playing the game of guess what the challenge developer is thinking. Again, another apology from Chris. For anybody who played the Mini NetWars Mission 3 and did the snowball fight challenge, it was basically a very similar game to Battleship, right? Where you shoot back and forth and you're trying to, you know, hit the enemy's snow forts. And then the last piece of that challenge was a 3-part challenge. The last piece was to defeat the enemy with one shot and submit the flag. And then to make hints here, you know, we say, hey, well, you know, find the enemy's coordinates and then, you know, shoot with WSCAT or Dev Console, whatever. And then you know, how would you defeat the enemy with one shot? So it was a bit of a riddle, a bit of wordplay, which I recognize honestly favors English native speakers whenever you do wordplay, which bums me out because I like writing poems. But the idea was, you know, you're not shooting at 0-2 or 0-1 or 0-0. To shoot the enemy, you need to shoot at 0-1. So the learning objective here was, you know, familiarize people with the game so that they can then read WebSockets and finish challenge 2, and then write WebSockets to finish challenge 3. The intent wasn't to frustrate people with a riddle there, but that happens sometimes.
Yeah, and we've been guilty of it too. We've built sort of a challenge where sort of the goal of it was to run the sort of password spraying attack against a web service, and the password was intentionally in the sort of top X most common passwords. The issue was, if you said to someone it's in the list of the top X most common passwords, everybody has a different list. So it very quickly stopped being a sort of solve this challenge and teaching the skill and sort of doing that, and it became guess which word list I had on hand at the time when I built this. And that becomes super frustrating for sort of players. And so similarly, if you go too far down a sort of technical rabbit hole and you're doing super awesome technical backflips, that's also really cool, but can be super frustrating because unless someone can get into your mindset, you often can't solve that challenge. It very quickly becomes sort of, yeah, guess what was in my mind as I was building this, and that it's not a good experience for anybody.
Yeah, what did Simon eat for breakfast this morning?
Cool. So once we're looking at this, we need to start thinking about sort of context and what's going to tie all these challenges together, whether it's in a sort of CTF or range, or what's the environment going to look like, and the sort of story that's going to be surrounding that. So it's really important for a few reasons. One of the big ones is it keeps players engaged. It keeps them engaged. It helps guide them through the challenges. It ties things together into a sort of logical block rather than being a just discrete series of, hey, solve this thing. Oh, and here's another thing. One thing to really, really watch out for and I know Chris will touch on this as well, is when you're sort of building these storylines, be very careful not to include real people, places, companies. It's so easy to do by accident. And again, those playing Jupiter Rockets will have probably found out that the headquarters is allegedly at RAF Henlow, which was supposed to have closed down. They decided not to close that after we'd written the story, built the challenge, and was about a week away from actually running it. So it's actually still a live base. Very little we can do about that, but it's so easy to fall into that trap.
Yeah, but yeah, like Simon said, stories are so important. Humans love stories. We're engaged by stories, and one of the neat benefits in a capture the flag is it gives you context, right? If you're in your own SOC and you're looking at your own data, you already have context. You know what normal looks like and what looks strange. If you're doing a pen test, hopefully you've already done your recon and you know what things should look like, and you know what key assets you're going after. You've got that context. When you drop into like a Net Wars or a Jupiter Rockets and you've only got a few hours, we need to jumpstart that context. And one kind of shortcut way to do that is with stories, right? We pull on Santa or Willy Wonka or Star Wars, because people know if they see a TIE fighter that's bad, or if they see an Oompa Loompa, then it may be good, maybe suspicious, but they've got that context. Artwork can also be super helpful, but a lot of us are nerds that can't do that. That's why we have people like Josh Wright and Evan Booth. And then as far as stories go, when it comes to military context, a lot of times we will actually we'll invent bad guys like the Krasnovians rather than use a particular nation, because that gets into we very quickly get into an area where we consider it classified, and then we can't have civilian partners in the room, and that's basically no fun for anybody. And yeah, Mark Blackmer again, big fan of the storylines. I follow him now on Twitter. All right, making the sausage, and I think this is Dev. So yep, Simon.
Yeah, so obviously we've looked at kind of the why, but one of sort of the most difficult parts is the how. How do you turn those ideas and those best practices and those kind of things you really, really want to kind of get out there and get people playing with into something tangible? And that starts with kind of what you can see here. You need to define those concepts. Whether that's throwing a lot of ideas into a sort of shared notepad, sort of getting all that sort of thoughts down. When we're building our challenges, actually have a sort of full software development lifecycle set up. We're using sort of Jira to track things. We've got a full workflow with review stages in there. So when challenges are tested, they're moved along, and sort of things get moved around in Git and things like that. It's quite an involved process, and it's set up because you need to kind of have that structure in place, because with so many moving parts and the sort of potential for just a different library and a different environment breaking things, it's really important to have that structure in place.
Yeah, if you listen to the panel just a few minutes ago, Jeff McJunkin talked about how the U.S. military appreciated that the range at an STX didn't go down, and it was the first time they'd seen that. And my goodness, I've been in that military range enough times, and it does go down. So like Simon said, stability matters, and we're trying to get more into containers and targets as code, so that's easier to iterate and to bring things back up from a safe state. QA is a huge piece of anything now. We have things like solver scripts, so we can have something going constantly through levels 3 and 4 in Net Wars, checking to make sure that targets are still spitting out the right flags and that things still work. And then perhaps most importantly here is feedback. We get a lot of feedback from each other, and then from players. Before we started tournament 7, we asked SANS for all the evals from tournament 6, and we got them by the boatload, and we read through them, and that really helped inform how we shaped challenges going forward. So no zip turduckets, I promise, in 7. And then I love this one about basically the tweet is, hey, CTFs make it easier than the real world. Sometimes the real world is actually easier than a CTF. If you listen to Security Weekly this past Thursday, they talked about that exact thing. How sometimes we at CounterHack will do a pen test and we'll find some flaw. Usually it's Ron Bowes because he's a wizard, and we'll laugh about it and say we can't put this in a CTF because people will just say that's not realistic. So yes and no. Sometimes CTFs are easier than real world, and sometimes not. flags, we need to have you input something when you solve a challenge. There are exceptions, like sometimes with the holiday hack, when we have a WEDI terminal inside your browser, we can actually pass completion tokens up to the server and then just automatically give you credit. And that's great. But in so many cases, we can't, right? With Simon's example about finding the phone number for the sandwich shop, like there's no way we can, unless we're putting like, spyware on your computer, we won't know when you found that. So we have to look for flags. And it feels like breaking the fourth wall. It feels like we're giving up a bit of the compelling, engaging nature of a challenge when we break the fourth wall with things like flags, right? NetWars, curly brace, some flag here. But it makes it very clear, especially if there are penalties for wrong answers, right? When the question is super clear and what a flag is super clear, then we don't feel too bad penalizing people for just trying to brute the question engine.
Yeah, and sort of we're a little bit guilty of it, and I know we've caused some sort of frustrations with the players over the last day or so. One of the big things with the flags is making sure it's very, very clear when you found what you're looking for. Whether it is the sort of fourth wall breaking curly brace format, which can be nothing but a flag. Apart from that one challenge in Jupiter Rockets, which I know some people have had fun with. Sort of looking for service names and version numbers, depending on the tools, you might get a different result. So that's when things like maybe having regex matching in there, trying to create a little bit more leeway, trying to make it a little bit more sort of friendly and sort of fault tolerant. Is something that's really, really, really a valuable thing to build in if you can. I'm not a huge fan of penalizing players for getting it wrong. I appreciate sometimes you'll want to, especially if you're running the game as sort of, maybe it's a high stakes competition, using it as a skill check. But if it's a just for fun CTF, I'm not a huge fan of the penalties. I don't know if that's just because I'm sore, because I've been hurt by them before, and I'm a little bit scared of them now. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of them. I try and avoid it. It's not something I like to do, but I do see where they have their place.
Yep, and we do charge penalties in NetWars generally. We don't in Holiday Hack, and yeah, there are definitely different ways to cut that. And just a quick note on hiding strings. A lot of players like mounting a VM as a drive and then just grepping through for NetWars curly brace. So we have to do a lot of things to, this is the making the sausage, right? We have to hide strings sometimes, either by piping them through lolcat or encoding them a specific way, just to try to get people not to take away alternate solve paths, but to kind of force them down to at least try the technical path. The technical intent of the challenge. So, so Robert Volpe plays for fun and with friends. That's fantastic. We think that's absolutely the way you should do that. And sorry, back to Simon.
Yeah. So support something that you really, really need to think about. How you're going to provide that varies massively depending on the sort of event or indeed the game you're running. Something like this, where we've got thousands of people playing games all over the world, and it really has been from all over the world. It's been awesome. It's really difficult to support that. I mean, even with something like Slack, trying to keep track of that is quite difficult. TAs, live and virtual, help. And I know you guys do email support for things like Holiday Hack. It's a tricky one to try and solve. Reverts and automatic reverts, or maybe sort of user requested reverts, are another thing you can look at. The Jupiter Rockets range is monitored quite extensively, and when a service goes down, it will try and automatically fix it. If it can't, then it'll just sort of replace the box. It's not always possible to do that. Sometimes it makes sense to sort of maybe give the players a button, something like in Hack the Box or those sort of things, where you can request a revert and it might pop it up to any other connected players and sort of like, hey, player X wants to reset this machine. Do you have a problem with that? Is it broken? They're all things you can think about to sort of try and make the experience a little bit less frustrating when something does go wrong. Because often, especially with more difficult challenges, it can be quite hard to tell whether the challenge is broken or you're just doing it wrong.
Yeah, and as far as things breaking too, we can kind of get ahead of the TA support curve. The really neat thing's been happening with mini net wars, and that's that the people who are building the challenges are then immediately being the TAs for the challenge, which for people like Chris Davis and myself, who don't often get to be on the support side, we've learned a lot of things about how to kind of, I apologize for the term, but how to player proof some of the challenges. If you played tournament 6 early on and you had to send some JSON through the filter program, you're intended to vertical pipe send it through filter. But a lot of people just, by typing too fast or just unfamiliar with command redirects would greater than pipe it into filter and overwrite this program, and there was no way to get it back. So one of the sayings we have now, at least at CounterHack, is chatter all the things. So we set the immutable bit on things like filter now, so that so the players can't stomp that and don't get stuck there, because the intent of the challenge is not just to do the commands right. But it's we don't want people breaking things. So if everyone's ready, we're going to give you the secret sauce. If there's one tip we can share about how to make a successful CTF or cyber range, how to make it compelling and awesome, it is this, and it's teamwork. You see here most of the CounterHack team at the CounterHack International headquarters. This is us getting together. We used to do this twice a year. We kind of do it virtually now, but any good challenge you've played has come from a team of people. Somebody came up with an idea. Somebody else maybe said, hey, that's great, but what if this? Somebody else maybe did the art for it. Someone wrote a silly elf poem for it, right? And then you've got the marketing person who made sure people could hear about it. And then you have Lynn, wonderful Lynn, who pays us all and keeps us all straight. And she's the logistics arm of CounterHack, and we absolutely we adore her. So if nothing else, it's all about teamwork.
Yeah, I think Chris absolutely hits the nail on the head there, and it's critical to have those different viewpoints and skills and experience sort of all throughout the process, all the way from kind of the challenge design and sort of inception right through to delivery. Having those extra sort of eyes and thoughts on it it's irreplaceable.
And hopefully Archie Placidio is dead on, and that you do get addicted to these. We think they're really we think they're wonderful, but we're biased. We absolutely will take some questions in a minute. I see Geek Girl's got a great one, but just as some parting shots, please play, right? And if you want to go and compete, that's awesome. If you want to just go and sit in the back and just play around and not get on the scoreboard, that's fine. But by all means, play and try something that you haven't done before.
Yeah, and if you're a little bit hesitant to play, try and buddy up with someone. Even if it's not a team event and you're going to play as individuals, and someone doesn't mind sort of helping you along and nudging you along, go, because you'll learn some new and awesome things. You'll have fun and you'll meet people.
So I do see this question from Geek Girl. I don't think it's at random. She asks, what are our favorite parts of writing challenges? I'm not sure about Simon, but for me, I think it's the end of the process. It's when you're in the room, when you get to see someone have that aha moment, right? When they finally solve it. It wasn't an ugh, that's what you were thinking. That's what I was supposed to get. It's oh, I get that now. That makes sense. I followed the path and I learned something new and I scored the points. That for me just totally makes the whole experience.
Yeah, no, it is. It's that excitement and the kind of almost realization that they can do it. It's really nice to see.
Yep, I'm with you on that. I'll go through the questions with you guys so we can have sort of a interactive dialogue. They're great questions, but I would like to answer that question myself too. My favorite part about making a challenge is when I've made it and I've got it, and I'm the only one that's got it, and the whole rest of the world doesn't have it, and I'm ready to put the baby out there. That it blows my mind. And then people start working on it, and that's good too, when you see your first person solve it and all that, but it's just that moment before, oh, it's ecstasy. So that's for me. All right, so let's see, we got some other questions. Anonymous attendee says, oh, that's a curling stone. I thought it was an ornament. Yeah, me too. I had no idea. This next one's really good question though. It's from DB. How do you measure the value of each challenge afterwards? And I think he means quality by that, he or she. The number of solves, the number of attempts, the time spent per challenge, player feedback. How do you tell if you did good?
I'm going to pass that right to Simon.
Nice.
Excellent, thank you. I think looking at the stats like the number of solves, maybe number of solves as a percentage of overall attempts is useful. But honestly, the best way of kind of measuring the sort of value and quality of the challenge is player feedback. We need the feedback, the good, the bad, the ugly. If you like it, if you don't like it, tell us. Because if what you're saying makes sense, we'll change it. We're not precious with our ideas. If you come to us and say, hey, this challenge was okay, but I got stuck here because this doesn't make sense, we'll fix it. Maybe we'll reword the question or change it a little bit, but we will fix it. But if you don't tell us, we don't know.
Absolutely. Every time I TA Tournament 6, every time I go into the what we call the blueprint of the questions, and I change something. I add a hint, I reword something. Maybe I just add something to the TA comments. But I take player feedback. I see where people get stuck. And to your question of how you find a great challenge, we want to keep making them better as long as we can. So yeah, thanks for that great question.
Another question here. I like this question. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say, especially on the Jupiter Rocket side, but also on Chris's side. What kind of so Stefan asks, what kind of monitoring are you guys running in the background during CTFs to look at the traffic, if services are up, etc.? Be brief, please. We're low on time.
Yeah, I'll try and go quickly. So we are running the Jupiter Rockets ranges are running in Azure at the moment. So we're using a lot of the sort of native Azure sort of methods for gaining visibility into the systems, but we're also using some sort of service monitoring solutions. We're using a sort of suite of tools that we've bent to our will over time. That just gives us an overview of kind of what's going on within the environment, so we can see we can see whether VPNs are approaching load, we can see the number of players across instances, how services are doing, how often a box is getting knocked over, do we need to maybe stand up another one and load balance it? And that's kind of what allows us to run something like that, is having that visibility.
Yeah, we have a secret weapon named Daniel, and he does exactly those things.
Lots of scripts. Hey, folks, we're going to have to jump over to the next session, but Chris and Simon, there are some more questions for you in the hallway-LG-McNamee room. If you could hop in there and have a nice chat with the folks, we'd certainly appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'd like to remind everybody to fill out their eval forms for this session. I assume a link will appear shortly. There it is. And we appreciate your feedback. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Simon. You guys are awesome. Awesome.
Thanks, Ed. Thanks, Simon.
Thank you all.
Testing.
Hi there.
Hey guys.
Hello. Hey, just to let you know, Colonel Trout's trying to dial in now. She's having, she's trying to reset her password.
Okay.
Very good. How you doing, Tom?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good, good. I don't know that we met in person yet. Or virtually.
Yeah.
Just talked on the phone.
Yeah.
I think we are good to go. I was trying to commit your bio. I'm not gonna be able to commit all three of them to memory, so I'm gonna read a little bit on those and I'll.
Yeah, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
So we start in 23 minutes, right?
we do. Yeah, we do. And so Colonel Trout, you're in, you got a minute next to you. Great. That
Colonel
works
Trout's
out.
on the phone. Let me.
Got it. I like the background, guys. It's good advertising right there.
Their Sands people are on.
Well, we're trying to get fancy.
Yeah, so Colonel Trout's trying to link into the actual channel now. So that's what we're working through.
Okay, great.
And ma'am, what? Go ahead.
I understand, but I don't know where to find the Zoom link. So somebody just get me.
Yeah, there should be 3 boxes on the right-hand side. As soon as you log in, click the ranges one.
Online training?
As soon as you log into the SANS portal,
Yeah.
there will be 3 boxes on the right-hand side.
I don't see those.
Oh, wait, yeah, there's something that says for a summit. It'll say like the summit on the right-hand side.
To say summit access, and then I think from there you should see the summit. There's like a box for the summit. When you click on that, it takes you into the summit access page.
I don't have it. Like I'm looking right now. Like I'm scrolling. I don't have anything about summits. I have a screen that says account profile. I'm gonna save it. It's gonna make me fill out a bunch of crap.
That's okay. Colonel, I'm going to email you and get our back end team to just send you a link to get you right in.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize I have not had time to focus.
It's okay. We'll get you in. We got time.
With the URL that's associated with the join Cyber Ranges link, would that work too?
Everybody has a personalized link,
Oh, okay.
but we'll get her in.
Thank you. Sorry.
Hey, Tom and Amit, I'm going to go through your bios real quick to make sure I truncated it and still have it accurate. So I'm just going to say, hey, Lieutenant Colonel Monahan took command as the product manager for the cyber resiliency and training element at the United States Army's Program Executive Office of Simulation Training and Instrumentation. Is that accurate? I'll give the date.
Yeah.
Good enough?
Yeah.
Cool. And then I'm going to run through your bio. Like I'll read through, that you had a training with industry with Ford Motor Company. I'll talk about your combat deployments and multiple company commands and where you have your BS and your MBA. And then same, right? I'm calling you the product manager and chief engineer for the cyber resiliency and training.
So Amit's the product. Amit's the chief engineer.
Just the chief engineer. Okay.
That's a higher position than me. He's the smart guy. Ma'am, were you talking? Sorry.
No. So I see the join that it says join Hackfest track 1 in general sessions or join Cyber Ranges track. Which one?
Join Cyber Ranges track.
Cyber Ranges track.
Got it. All right. I didn't recognize I had to add all of the contact information. Okay, I'm gonna get on.
All right, you're in there, ma'am.
All right, Jen, see if you can find Colonel Trout and pull her in as a presenter. Awesome.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. Just doing an audio check.
Tanya, try turning on your camera.
It's on.
Oh, there you are. Perfect. Perfect.
And just a reminder to you, this is totally great, but we are broadcasting. So I just want to make sure everybody is aware of that. Thank you.
Got it. Very good. Hey, folks, I'm going to go on mute and I'll probably just come live again and make sure that we should launch on time. We have everybody on the panel and we are ready to go. Hey folks, Jim Yacone here from SANS. We will be starting on time promptly at 1 p.m. Mountain Time.
Hey there, Jim.
Hello, Ed. How are you?
I'm good. I'm looking forward to your panel.
Standing.
Starting up in about a minute or so, right?
Yep. Yep. We're going to wait for a few people to jump over from track 1
Good, good.
to the Mighty Ranges track.
I think just as the the Cyber Ranges track lead, I'll just welcome everybody. I know we're broadcasting now, and then announce the title of your panel and turn it over to your effective leadership. Okay. Excellent. So as soon as we hear from the SANS powers that be, maybe that's Brian or whomever, we'll get rolling. Okay. Thank you.
Ed, I think you're good to go whenever you're ready.
All right, I'll turn my chimes off. Okay, welcome back. I hope you had a good break and are recharged and ready to go. Welcome back to our Cyber Ranges session. This is a Cyber Ranges track of the SANS Pen Test Hackfest and Cyber Ranges Summit. We have a really interesting panel coming up now based on the PCTE. This is Ed Scotus here. I am the track lead for this track, but I'm not your moderator for this panel. The moderator for this panel is Jim Yacone. He is the Chief of Mission at SANS Institute. Those of you who've been following along all day saw him on the earlier panel where he was representing some really fascinating ideas of how we can learn from kinetic ranges and apply those lessons learned to cyber ranges. Let me go ahead and turn this over to Jim Yacone. Jim, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Ed. I really appreciate it. Hey, we are really excited. When Ed and I were putting together the ranges agenda, it was readily apparent that we needed to invite the team, the leadership team, of those that are attempting to build one of the biggest mother of all ranges. Ranges, it's a range of ranges. And we invited them. We reached out to Colonel Trout, Colonel Monahan, and Amit, and graciously invited him. Actually, I probably dogged them until they just submitted and said, yes, we'll come on your panel. But we are so pleased to have these experts here. I can tell you they're incredibly busy. We worked in a couple prep sessions at night after hours, but truly, truly amazing group, and we're so pleased to have them. A couple personal agenda or personal items that we need to highlight here. Again, the panel members, these will be their personal opinions. They're not speaking on behalf of their organizations. Just keep that in mind. As far as asking questions, please stay away from questions related to acquisition. They are in a key phase of the Persistent Cyber Training Environment award process and won't be able to answer them. So please don't ask questions related to acquisition. And also a reminder, I think our three panelists can stay with us after. We will have an open Slack channel. It's entitled Best Practice for PCTE. And we will all hang out there for at least 30 minutes after this panel. Let me go ahead and introduce our esteemed panel. So Colonel Tanya Trout is a communications officer with the Texas Army National Guard with over 18 years of IT consulting experience in the private industry. Currently, she's assigned to the U.S. Cyber Command as the PCTE director and the acting director of the Joint Cyber Training Environment. She served in numerous operational assignments, providing tactical and strategic communication support to a number of operational divisions within the Army. Additionally, she was assigned to the Pentagon as a political military officer for the Joint Staff. Her deployments include Bosnia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Afghanistan. She will assume command of the 71st Theater Information Operations Group in August of this year. Lieutenant Colonel Monahan. Tom took command as the product manager for the Cyber Resiliency and Training at the United States Army Program Executive Office for Simulation, Training, and Instrumentation, also known as PEO STRI. And he did so on 13 July 2018. He previously served as a Training with Industry Fellow for the Ford Motor Company in the Global Quality Office at the Ford Six Sigma Center. Lieutenant Colonel Monahan has 3 combat deployments in Iraq in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, as well as several other deployments to Afghanistan, the Middle East, supporting Operation Enduring Freedom. He holds a BS in education from the Citadel and an MBA from the Naval Postgraduate School. Lieutenant Colonel Monahan is from Atco, New Jersey, and is married with 3 children. And our final panelist is Mr. Amit Kapadia. He is the chief engineer for the Cyber Resiliency and Training at the EO STRI. He provides technical direction and oversight for Persistent Cyber Training Environment, the Army Acquisition Blue Team, and the National Cyber Range Complex. He received a bachelor's and a master's of science in electrical engineering from the University of Central Florida. Again, welcome panelists. Thank you very much for taking time with us. So let's jump right into some of the questions. Tom, can you help us frame what an all-encompassing, what is the Persistent Cyber Training Environment? Is it a range? Is it a conglomerate of ranges? And what exactly, is the PCTE?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Hey, first off, I want to say thanks to SANS Institute, Jim, Ed, and your team for setting this up and for inviting us. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank U.S. Cybercom, Rear Admiral Mulger, Colonel Trout for all the teamwork and coming up and supporting us on this panel. So kind of getting to your question, it's kind of funny. You said the range of ranges, right? And So from an Army soldier perspective, right? So what a range is to me, a range has a singular task, purpose, and end state, right? It's stood up, it's used, it's taken down. And in the genesis of PCT, right? The P in PCT is persistent. So the DoD, not just the Army now, the DoD needed a persistent training environment that was readily available at a moment's notice. And I really do mean a moment's notice. That's part of our requirement for the Joint Cyber Mission Force to dial into, I'm using my older terms, right? And conduct training. Some of our requirements for the persistent cyber training environment, responsiveness is one of them, right? Responsiveness is titled as anywhere between 30 minutes and 180 days. A CMF team, Cyber Mission Force team, person, group, unit, based on their need to be able to access the persistent cyber training environment. And the big paradigm shift from the DoD's perspective was they didn't have the time to order some type of high fidelity range and then have that delivered, I would say, a month, 6 months to a year later to conduct the training event. A threat would come up, they would see the need, and they would stand up an environment or access an environment that was persistently available for them to train on. And then I know Colonel Trout has something to add to that too, and I kind of offer her some time to work.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Yeah, so I guess where does this persistent cyber training environment differ from another range is, it's for the Cyber Mission Force, for Cyber Command, obviously a combatant command that just stood up and FOC'd officially and got all our Cyber Mission Forces IOC'd in 2018, but really it's enable us to train as we fight. And while in other organizations, when you go to an NTC or JRTC and you get in your tanks and your things like that, obviously in cyber, it's a little different. So we needed to have that virtualized, persistent environment we can train at a moment's notice. We have to be tightly integrated with our operational tools and capabilities. We are one of the 6 components of the Joint Cyber Warfighter Architecture, which is the significant, components and idea of Cybercom to be able to have all these operational tools and capabilities, which allow us to do everything from individual training to force level training to mission rehearsal in the persistent cyber training environment, while also being able to assess mission readiness. So I think that's where the differentiation really comes, and something that we've needed for a long time across the force.
Outstanding. Thank you, Tanya. Hey, Amit, why the term persistent? I know Tom talked about this a little bit, but talk to us about continuous learning, and then from a technology standpoint as the engineer, the persistent factor. How difficult is it?
So I think the persistent thing term within PCT is a broader thing for me, right? So obviously cyber ranges have been around for forever and a day, right? Folks can come into a generalized set of virtualized compute, network, and storage. They can create their own sort of key terrain. They can come in and sort of train in it. What PCTE is sort of doing that's a little bit different, right, is we're providing this as a self-service capability and turning it over to the Cyber Mission Force. So we do recognize, that currently right now, and specifically within DoD, CMF training is that, there's a lot of middlemen that sort of come in there to sort of do that, right? Whether it's cyber training or test ranges. What we want to do is sort of hand the keys over to the Cyber Mission Force and have them own their own destiny. So whether that's to plan, to schedule, to reuse content, or if nothing is there, they can make their own on their own, almost like how you would see sort of a platform, a learning platform like you would see with Netflix or YouTube or some of the other things that are out there. That's really where the game-changing aspect comes in. Now, we do recognize what that power becomes, like this is a complicated living to sort of cyber training environment that you sort of create and spin out on demand. What we want to do is sort of lower that barrier such that, that operator, that training manager, that content author can come in and sort of do it on his own, right? And that's always going to be sort of like the key mantra that's coming off from the program office to sort of empower that end user to sort of do it on his own and not require like an IT staff of like 30, 40 people and they spin it up once and you sort of lose it on that end. So that's what the persistence at least means to me on the program shop.
Excellent. Tanya, I have a question really for the larger audience. Now, I realize this is some military government on here, but but many from industry. Help us understand the Cyber Mission Force and kind of describe that to us. How many DoD branches does that serve? What are the teams? How are they constituted? Obviously nothing classified, but we'd like to, if you could lay out the framework of the people that you are responsible for training in PCTE.
Yeah, so the Cyber Mission Force is really comprised of three kind of components: the Cyber Protection Force, the Cyber National Mission Force, and the Cyber Combat Mission Force. That's about 154 teams across all three components, so active, guard, and reserves, and roughly about 6,000 cyber warriors. So this force has everybody: soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and civilians involved in it. We really looked at the first IT box and where we should take PCT. A decision was made to focus in the Cyber Mission Force because that was where the need was, where we needed that persistency to allow them to train and do things. So, I would say that that's what it is. That's what it's comprised of. We will grow as Cybercom grows. We see the need constantly. Doesn't matter what's going on in the world, whether it's COVID-19 pandemic or whether it's just election security, the Cyber Mission Force is an important element to continue to be able to secure the nation's infrastructure and defense.
Sure. So, ma'am, does that encompass, I would assume, teams that are even overseas that are deployed abroad?
Yeah, so the Cyber Mission Force is kind of comprised to support different elements. We have teams that support just U.S. Cybercom's priorities and operational requirements. Then we have teams assigned to combatant commands that is for the force and the combatant commands to utilize as they need, whether an exercise or operational support. And then we actually even have some assigned to the service level where they can be used and leveraged. So it is worldwide, and there are Cyber Mission Force elements all over the world.
Amit, from a technology perspective, that's got to be difficult, but I assume this is a cloud-based training environment. How does that work? How challenging was that from an engineering perspective?
Yeah, I would say that is challenging, right? Because this is a platform, going back to the persistent question, that needs to be up 24/7 to support individual, group, collective training, force level training, which we're heading into as well. And then on top of that, some of the mission rehearsal type of activities. So how we do that in a distributed and secure manner that's relevant and stays up to the latest threats and targets and sort of operational TTPs, it's sort of demanding from a program office shop to be able to make sure we provide a seamless capability that is up and available and secure 24/7.
Excellent. Tom, how do you establish and define both the content and the infrastructure requirements? That's got to be a huge task for your shop. Can you walk us through some of that?
Yeah, so really kind of a detailed type question and answer. So I'll couch it kind of like this. So like everything in the Army, we kind of have a process for that. So there's multiple agencies that are kind of teaming together to provide that capability. So what the Army has is a capability manager. And that capability manager, they have a doctrinal name, but I'll just leave it like that, right? Goes out to the user community, the user force, and kind of collects their needs, wants, and desires, and puts them into a consolidated document that's then approved through the DoD, through the Pentagon. And that's the requirement, right? So with PCT, though, it's kind of interesting, right? The need kind of starts with one of our main users who happens to be on the panel with us, Colonel Trout, Cybercom, the Cybercom J7 for training. So between the Army's capability manager and the Cybercom J7 Colonel Trout in our office, they collect all that user feedback, the needs, wants, desires, right? And they feed that to us through requirements documents, through capability needs statements, through just really like, hey, this is the type of capability and content we need. So we take that, and that helps provide the kind of the build structure or the to build order that we actually transmit to industries, just like we're doing now, through forums, through panels, through solicitations, through actual contracts, and they start building the platform itself. The other thing that we did with PCT is we did this whole paradigm shift. Inside of PCT, and Mick can get kind of the technical piece of this, we embedded the platform to have specific tools. So the user community didn't have to order that type of training and then wait 6 months to 5 years to have it delivered. They could go into the PCT platform, use the tools that are provided through all the different suites and administrative controls, event design controls, analytics controls and tools and build the specific content that they needed for their training mission. The other thing, we really attack this from multiple avenues. We do these things that we'll talk about a little bit later, but cyber innovation challenges. So if it was a major complex capability that either the cyber mission force operators couldn't or didn't have the time to build themselves, we've done a series of cyber innovation challenges where we take those requirements that the user community has developed for us, Carol Trout and her team, and we spin them out in these multiple mini source selection types things to industry. We've done 4 of those already, and we're about to drop another one, Cyber Innovation Challenge 4, for OP4 type features and whatnot. So we've attacked it from multiple different ways. Again, the beauty of PCT is the capability to build that content resides in the operator's hands. They can actually get in there and get on keyboard and actually develop what they need to meet the mission that they have.
So Tom, we talked a little bit about kind of the blue and the white side of how things, how the requirements come in. How about the red side? How do you accurately model the latest threats and indicators of compromise and kind of pull them into the infrastructure?
So yeah, it's kind of the same model. So, and again, 2 points I touched on. One, the next cyber innovation challenge, we're going after some automated assessment, some threat-based capability, but the actual cyber mission force operator can go into the system and create or update or model the persistent threat or the new emerging threat. And we did that for a specific reason, because the current acquisition process does not keep up with the current cyber missions threat that they're facing. The speed of the enemy does not equal the speed of the acquiring process. So we totally shifted the paradigm and tried another route. And Amit's been leading the charge on that with a lot of the technical capabilities.
Yeah, and so what we've been learning, right, and one thing that we sort of strive ourselves on is the whole mantra of sort of DevOps, right? So unless we have our ear close to the ground of what the cyber mission force is actually doing, what sort of content that they want to put in the platform, what sort of target sets, things like embedded hypervisors or ICS SCADA devices. We try to get the pulse of that and make sure that the infrastructure capabilities and platform can sort of either integrate them or be some level of interoperable with them. And we've shown that through the course of various different events. And I think over time, as the Internet of Things and as 4G, 5G, all these other sort of sort of key terrains to sort of come into the fold, we need to be on pace with that and keeping relevancy at the speed of cyber.
Great. Colonel Trout, anything further on that?
No, I think it's constant collaboration. I mean, we look all the time at the difference between the automated OP4 and those capabilities and TTPs and the actual, people that we hire to be the red teams and the OP4 and how to find ways to, give them tools and accessibility to be able to do that and operate as that OP4 adversary with those TTPs. But it's constantly a challenge. And as you guys all know, it constantly changes. So for us, really, I think it's about creating features and functionality to enable it, because at some point, like the speed of cyber, we can't keep up, right? So we have to give it where we can change very agilely based on what's going on in the world.
Really helpful. So Amit, take off your military hat right now and put on your private sector hat. I guess I'm asking all the panelists, if you were to extrapolate and say, some of the best practices that you've experienced and try to project some of those best practices over to industry who are attempting to build integrated ranges themselves. What would you say?
Yeah, so I think for me, just leveraging the broad suite of industry vendors that we have working on sort of PCT, we know that it's not one size fits all. We know that it's not that one vendor that's going to give it, at least from the sake of PCT, right? So definitely what we've tried to show is as these vendors come in, right, leave your ego at the door, really. The other thing is we realize that there's more than this slice of pie to go around, right? That, as you come into this environment as a vendor, focus on your capability, but also focus on, how you make your capability work with others, right? And we, the government, and we, the program office, we will help facilitate that integration, because there's enough of that reward to go around. It's not just a one size fits all. The other thing is that what we've learned is that, that typically how DoD acquisition works is that you typically give that requirement off and say, hey, now go out and sort of build PCT. We, the program office, we're in that environment, which we call our integration factory, every day of every day. So there's not a Slack call, there's not a Jira ticket, there's not an event that we don't say, okay, how can we sort of learn from this and sort of improve it, so that it's not like we have this very grandiose roadmap in IMS that sort of says on such and such date you're going to get this capability. We constantly seek that feedback and sort of do that. And I'll be honest with you that some industry partners are a little bit taken aback by that, right? Especially some of the big DoD players that we have. And we want to shake that mentality that government can go at that speed of cyber. And we want to do these agile sprints that we've sort of worked through to say every month we want to drop capability that's improving our posture, right? And not do this big design up front, right? So knowing that industry partners sort of come into this environment and know that they can plug and play with others, I think that's really the big difference that we're trying to embed within our philosophy.
Thank you. Tanya, I'm sorry, Tom, were you going to say something?
I was going to say, just to sum it up, it's communication. That's something that I talk
We are having an audio issue, Tom. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, much better.
So the interesting thing is it boils down to just constant communication. I mean, Amit and I talk to our peers on other programs. They're like, what do you mean you talk to your vendors on a daily basis? And we laugh. What do you mean daily? Sometimes it's hourly. Sometimes it's 6 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes it's 9 o'clock at night. It's just constant communication. We really do have what you would call an integrated product team on steroids between the program office, the user community, the capability manager, and the existing vendors that we have on contract. We are in this constant DevOps cycle of make it better, make it faster, make it more efficient, deliver at the point of need for the soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine.
And I think overall, our goal is really moving from chaos to organized chaos. And I think we'll always be in that state to make sure we're sort of relevant.
Yeah, and that feedback loop kind of from the field requirements, I mean, I assume that is just constantly churning.
Oh, yeah.
Ma'am, does that fall to you more at the J7 shop at US Cyber Command?
So I really think that really falls in probably where we're leading next into the Joint Cyber Training Enterprise, where I'm the acting director right now. So, as we stood up and developed the persistent cyber training environment, we realized we need that non-material side. Not that we want to have, like Amit says, 50 people helping to build a range, but we know we do need some sort of centered, kind of gravity that helps with all that, kind of determines what's the content we're trying to get after, where are the priorities, all the things from the user feedback loop. So JCT, which, IOC'd in February 2020, we have constant user feedback in addition to all that goes on with every exercise or prototype event that PCT program office used to do before. We have user forums every quarter. We have monthly stakeholder meetings. At every event, we collect and get feedback. We actually have a building called the Castle that one of our vendors has helped us, provided for us, where we can have that collaboration all the time, where Cyber Mission Force can come and, get onto their kit, bring their physical kit in, or have some training facilitated there in person, or just collaborate because we want to talk about how we get after, getting good content and building the next capability box that we need. So I say, just like I probably talk to the program office daily, we talk to someone in the Cyber Mission Force at some level, whether it's a tactical user, because we also have range resource meetings that we invite all the program office and our capabilities managers to, and we are closely synced daily, multiple times a day, weekly, and I think that's the key. And then there's probably still people who'd say it's not enough, but that is constantly the feedback we try to take in.
And one more question here, because we were talking about industry, or Amit was earlier. With industry partners, how do you strike that balance, kind of protecting the government's intellectual property, but being in an open collaboration forum with industry? And I'll have the others help you out, but if you could speak to it maybe from a red, blue, white, and even in gray team considerations.
Yeah, so I'll probably pass off the IP part to Amit and Tom, but I'll take it from the collaboration. I mean, we know it's essential, right? We can't continue to operate and to do the job we need to do without industry partners who are constantly advancing and thinking about the next thing and the next tool and feature and functionality. One of the things that we're working on developing for Cybercom is a joint content development strategy that'll be incorporated in how we employ things and what we get after in PCTE. And there we're leveraging the server cyber components from their standpoint of where they want to go, but also industry partners. And so, you know, this adversary is always evolving, always adapting. And so I feel like it's a game changer for us that we need these industry partners. I would say that, you know, General Nakasone and Cybercom would say that we have to constantly innovate in the space because our adversaries get a vote every day, right? So it's essential. One of the things that we strive for is persistent innovation, just like persistent engagement and persistent cyber training environment. So I would say that, you know, I see them as part of the team and an extension. And I think that's what also helps, that everyone is in it together and we want to achieve success together. So I will pass it off to Mitt or Tom to talk about the IP protection part.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, so from our end, from the technical point of view, I think the one core thing that's sort of different with our platform or our acquisition that's a little bit novel is that we're actually taking advantage of COTS capabilities. We, the program office, are not sort of developing our own capability here, right? So if you've been following any of the cyber innovation challenges, any of that other work that we have, the thrust of what is coming inside of our platform is through industry partners. And the thing that we're sort of doing there is that, you know, if we need to make a deliberate path of integration to talk to one range capability that needs to talk to some sort of platform capability, we work through what that design is going to be, right? All through this agile process, such that we don't need to worry about some sort of big design up front that's going to take some serial number of time that takes 6 months. You know, we want to do this in a more of a incremental fashion and sort of see how that works, right? There's plenty of sort of enterprise application integration patterns out there that we're leveraging, whether it's a container platform, a message bus, some of the open source technologies that our COTS vendors are using. So between those, as well as what we published out to industry that's available at the FOUO level, at least, is our platform development kit. So that's over a 250-page document that discusses our processes, our technical integration means, our technology stack, as well as our own CI/CD pipeline for capabilities to ultimately deliver these on demand to the U.S. Cyber Command and the Cyber Mission Force. So I think with that's how we're sort of forcing sort of that integration to come in and knowing that we, the program office, really don't care about what's inside your black box. We care about the outer APIs and how you're going to integrate and provide capabilities out.
The point I heard you classified as FOUO. I would assume you try to keep it at the lowest classification level to enable the majority of industry to participate. Is that a true statement?
Yes, absolutely. So there are other programs out there, right, that, you know, obviously PCT supports many different classification levels, but there's some programs, you know, that they'll keep all their stuff on the high side. We work the opposite. We develop our capability, you know, at the lowest possible level, and then we sort of bring it up. So obviously some of the discussions that need to go on at the top level is really more focused towards either some of the assessment capabilities or some of the content specific work, but the day-to-day development and integration and how we collaborate and stuff is all done at the unclassified level.
Tom, anything else on kind of red, blue, you know, integration? I should say.
So yeah, so you know, it's kind of interesting. You hit on my school teacher background. I'll kind of go there for a second, right? So I highly recommend anybody listening to the panel go check out or go download the book Freedom Sports, because we've been asked the question many times, like, this is revolutionary. No one's ever done this before. Well, it's been done before several times. A good case in point, prior to World War II, Bill Knudsen, the first Army, you know, procurement officer, which is now the Army Acquisition Executive, basically said, hey, we've got to ramp up the military industrial complex to meet the war effort, right? So I need you all, industry, to do it, right? So he pulled all the Detroit industry vendors and partners that he knew and said, hey, we've got to build a B-17 right now. Who can build a frame, or, you know, body? Who can build a machine gun? Who can build an engine? And they just kind of were raising their hand, hey, I'll try it. I'll try it. So you had Ford building the hull. You had Chrysler building engines and machine guns. You had, you know, General Motors building landing gear, and they were all for one platform.
And what he did there, the takeaway is he got everybody in the room together, and it was at the speed of trust and in commitment to the effort, and trust in both ways, trust between the vendors, trust to the military procurement office, trust with the actual user, and got the users involved. And this is what we need. So we protect the IP as we can, just like Amit said. We don't need to know what's inside the black box. We need the effect. We need to work with this. We need to interoperate with this. Here's the build to standard in the platform development kit. This is what we need you to provide. Your IP is protected, but be part of the bigger picture. We've got to win the fight, and that's kind of the big thing that we go after. And so far, it's been very successful. But it's trust and communication.
Sure, great. Hey Tom, just a little bit on the kind of the government, and I was in it for 33 years, right? Is kind of known for its bureaucratic acquisition process. What are like the 2 or 3 main things that you have done with PCTE to streamline that process?
Yeah, the government's known for its very bureaucratic and structured acquisition process, and I am a red-blooded American and an acquisition officer, right? So what I did is I looked at, when I say it was the team. We looked at what we like to call the ballistic loophole. So we know what the regulation says. We know what DoD authorities we have to tailor, streamline acquisition processes. And then we went after it, and we really tailored the hell out of this program. We looked at every process, we looked at every event, we looked at every document, and it wasn't that we just did it. We went up hard. We went up to the DAE before they changed that into the current 2 positions, and we asked for specific, tailored authorities for us to spend specific amounts of money on rapid prototyping events, develop prototypes, deliver prototypes, and we got all the permissions necessary, and we did that all within a couple months, and then we just attacked it. We pulled in the cyber mission force early. The typical process, we would have split up developmental testing and operational testing. Well, we combined those together, and we've been doing a series of DT, OT, developmental and operational tests, combined with the cyber mission force witnessing there. And to be completely honest, hey, that worked. No, it didn't. Okay, why didn't it work? And we decompose why that didn't work, and we attack it. And guess who's sitting right behind us? The industry vendor right there at the training event. And that's another thing. We did all this stuff at the training event. So we nested all these events and activities into single events. And we basically took what should take years and turned it into months and weeks. And again, it's not easy. It wasn't like, oh, that's easy. We sit back, cross our arms, and we just watch it all happen. No, like Colonel Trout said, we talk on the phone probably hourly. Probably when she picks up the phone, she's like, great, it's Tom Monahan again. I don't want to talk to him, but hi, how you doing? Right. So, and that's what we do. And we're like, hey, I have this problem. We have this issue, or this came up, or what do you think of that? And that's not in DoD 5000. Communication, it says do it, but you have to actively get after it. So again, we streamline everything. Everything is a simplified acquisition management plan, a simplified test plan, a simplified test strategy. And we get the authorities needed. We go to the right authority to get that signed off on. We brief them physically. I fly up to DC probably, well, before COVID, every other week to in-person brief here. This is what we need, sir. Here's what we can do. Here's a demonstration of the capability. And, I call it adaptive, program management, and it's very, it's worked very well so far.
Great, thank you. Amit, so with any large undertaking, there's always kerfuffles or challenges. So what's been some of the larger technological challenges? And then kind of second half of the question, what did you learn from it, and kind of what have you put back into it?
Yeah, so I think some of the challenge that we obviously have, and I sort of stated a little bit up front, and the word I like to probably gravitate toward is, how do I make this day in and day out a more self-service capability, right? So the more users I jam into the system, the more training content that I sort of put into there. How do I make this more and more of an intuitive system that they can sort of go through the whole sort of training pipeline that they have, right? So not only are we seeing that, but now that we've pushed this capability out there, because we want to get something out fast, as opposed to, as Colonel Monahan saying, wait till the end of the 5-year sort of cycle that a typical IT or a typical DoD program has out there, is that we're just understanding what that feedback is and sort of learning. So challenges in terms of like, okay, well, as you develop more and more of this capability, how do you make sure your infrastructure can sort of handle it? How do you know you have the right license management capability? How do you have the sort of the right resource contention that, oh, well, okay, if this unit wants to get sort of this amount of compute network and storage, how do you balance it with another large event sort of going in and whatnot? And we saw that within COVID, right? We saw almost 90% of our single node being used, and we've surged that to putting in additional capabilities. So it's always that closing that loop as fast as we can. So things that will make this platform more and more readily used so they can do it on their own, as opposed to sort of calling sort of like a large IT staff. So we're hearing a lot for, okay, yeah, I want to be able to have like a more of a self-service automation capability. So we're putting in Puppet and sort of Ansible like capabilities. We're putting in a means to better collaborate with the White Cell, a better master calendar, a better scheduling capability, as well as a lot of this thing is that, you know, sort of a license thing, right? So all the industry partners out there have their own unique license capability, right? So all those other things that we need to do so that they can track and use the platform capabilities are some of the things that we're trying to knock out over time.
Terrific. So we're closing in on we have about 4 minutes left. I'm going to go to Tanya next, and then we'll come back to both Amit and Tom for kind of cleanup. Tanya, I know Tom had talked about the Cyber Innovation Challenge process. Can you just give the audience kind of an overview? What is it, and how are you using it to kind of improve the process to build BCTE?
Yeah, so I'm going to take it from Cybercom's perspective or our involvement, and then obviously Amit and Tom can elaborate. But, you know, for us really as the customer user, I think that's where it's so significant, our involvement. I mean, they allow us to be there to participate, to evaluate, and to have a voice, right? So as soon as those kicked off and the Cyber Mission Force realized we have a voice, we get a vote, we're a very influential part of this, which is not normal acquisition. They always wanted to attend. They always want to see what can come next. And I think for us, what we learned over time, because we're about to go through like CIC number 4, is how to refine the requirements so that when what we need. So when we give that to Amit and Tom, that they can give that ahead of those innovation challenges. So vendors come with delivered capability or prototypes that can meet the needs. And then we help assess best of breed, right? That would be used or leveraged for prototyping into the environment. I think that is unique, and I've not seen that. I've been in the Army a long time, and normally they just give me the SINGARS radio or CPOF or whatever I'm getting, and they tell you how to train and use it versus allowing you to be integrally involved in the actual development of the environment. But I'll pass off to Tom and Amit to talk a little bit more of how the process works.
Yeah, so as Colonel Trout said, you know, one of the things that we did from the very beginning, you know, we went through, we're on our 5th, almost 6th delivery of PCT. The Joint Cyber Mission Force has been embedded with the program office since day one. As a matter of fact, it's kind of unique. They are part of the selection process for capability. So we sit down, there's a big board, you know, there's a demonstration, and it's the program office, and Amit and I are sitting there. I'm looking at it from a programmatic perspective, affordability perspective. He's looking at it from a technical perspective. But we have representation from the Joint Cyber Mission Force and from Cybercom, Army Cyber, NAV Cyber, all the services that are providing input on what we're looking at and if it actually meets the need of the Cyber Mission Force. And it really is a huge team, and they've been with it through all 5 deliveries of the platform so far.
And so typically when we do sort of contracts and solicitations, so the government is typically used to like these big, long, drawn out shall statements and decomposing them down, and industry probably just sort of just like shakes their head and be like, what are they even asking for, right? And it makes no sense. So what we sort of gravitate towards these cyber innovation challenges, and again, it's another acquisition streamlining sort of mechanism that DoD has sort of empowered the acquisition workforce for, is I can go out and say, hey, you know, I want a generic sort of like traffic capabilities. It'd be good if you could sort of look at, you know, network traffic profiles or host profiles, or, you know, sort of a high fidelity synthetic internet environment. And industry, tell me what you think you have, right? And as Colonel Trout mentioned, we actually get the operators, the SMEs are going to be using those capabilities in there. They not only select the capabilities, but as we throw that capability within our integration factory, they're seeing that churn coming out on a month-to-month basis. Now, one other thing that we've done that traditionally that industry may not have been used to with some of these big FAR-based contracts is that, you award these things and people think you're sort of stuck with vendors and you sort of deal with them through the rest of the pop. And that's not, I'm trying to use that as a stick to sort of like hammer down on industry or anything, but we've gone in and say that we're going to award these contracts and you get an agile backlog. You burn down what that is, right? And I think industry has sort of embraced that. The other thing that we've done is, we say that there's sprint-based deliverables that we have. So every month you have to show your wares to us. And, our progress payments are based on a sprint by sprint basis, right? So at any point, there's exit off ramps that are there. And we have taken them before in the past. So I think it's been a best of both worlds that, we don't get caught up in this big, FAR-based contracting world where you got to define everything down and a KO has to step in and whatnot, that we're actually moving out fast and industry likes it.
So we are at our time, but I have two quick questions that came in. One, and so Tom, maybe you can answer this one very short. But from one of our members, is PCT or are teams using the PCTE, and can they connect their deployable kits into the environment to train as they fight?
So I can answer that. Yes, Cyber Mission Force is using PCTE. We are actually getting ready to do CyberFlag 20 TAC 2 in PCTE for the first time at a geographically dispersed event and based on COVID-19. And in addition, yes, we both have virtualized the kits in the environment that right now we're using a generic kit that we virtualized, but before that we have virtualized teams' individual kits or physically attach them to the environment to be able to use. So that has been done tried and true. We've also tested hardware in the loop and other things. So the environment is delivering and being able to allow the Cyber Mission Force to do training events.
Great. Hey, panelists, I really want to thank you guys. I know how busy you are. A really informative discussion. And again, we will hang out in the Slack channel, best practice for PCTE, for the next 30 minutes to ask some questions. Ed, I want to turn it over to you at this point.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jim. What a great panel, PCTE folks. Thanks. For everybody who has additional questions or would like to engage in a discussion with those panelists, you can go over to the Slack channel into hallway-panel-best practices for a PCTE. Thank you, folks. But for those of you who are here for the next talk, if we can queue up the slides for the next talk, I would appreciate that. We've got two speakers in the next slot, Tim Conway and Phil Hagen. We're going to have Tim go first, and he'll present for half of the slot, and then Phil Hagen. I'd like to introduce Tim for you. Again, if you were at our earlier panel this morning, I introduced Tim there, but really, he's an amazing, amazing guy. Tim has focused on ICS security, especially for the power grid, but ICS more generally. He is the curriculum lead for the ICS curriculum with SANS, but he's also been instrumental in critical infrastructure protection standards and guidelines, helping to secure all kinds of critical infrastructure. He's a delight to work with, an absolutely brilliant guy. And he's going to talk with us about how ranges can be built to simulate the power grid environment and cover some lessons learned from that we can apply in all kinds of ranges. So Tim Conway, please take it away.
Thank you, Ed. Can everybody hear me? Or Ed, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
And you can see the slides?
And I can see you. You look great.
Confirmed. Okay, awesome. Well, hello, everyone. So thank you for joining this panel with Phil and myself. I'm going to talk for the first half here, and then Phil's going to join us. But both of us will be discussing kind of the creation of simulation environments for ranges and for training. Phil will cover some of this from the perspective of historical data collection from ranges and in use in class. I'm going to be focusing more on creating blended simulations in a live range environment, some use in class and some use for NetWars experience and other things. So as Ed mentioned, we had kicked this topic off a little bit in the talk this morning, but we're going to go more in depth right now as soon as we can get the slides moving. Here we go. So I'm going to talk specifically from the side of SANS, that is industrial control systems. and training more towards the operational technology. And before we dive right into ranges and capabilities and what we're trying to do, you have probably heard multiple times throughout the day and from just about every speaker that we've had here is the focus on content and content driving learning objectives. So before we race right into what does the range need to look like, there's some discussion of what are we trying to train individuals for? What are we trying to train them to defend against? And specifically, as we look to OT practitioners and training towards their individual roles and needs, we look to attacks that have occurred against critical infrastructure, against industrial control systems, and the types of systems that operational technology people are trying to protect. So just quickly across this, the kind of system compromise, gaining a foothold, escalating privileges, taking over operator credentials, and using the tools and technology against the organization so they could operate the power system and delivery, impacting about 225,000 customers in the Ukraine attacks of 2015. Moving more towards an attack where the adversaries mapped the operational technology environment so thoroughly, understood it well enough, and started marching towards, in 2016 in Ukraine, a transmission level attack where they developed kind of a malware framework that could be easily leveraged to operate transmission facilities in an automated manner, and potentially even the capability to cause some equipment damage. As we looked the next year forward in the Middle East at a petrochemical site in 2017, that is when things start to get very, very important from from the perception of operational technology people and personnel and practitioners that are trying to protect the safety systems that are ensuring equipment health and safety as well as human health and safety. And seeing what the adversary group was focused on within the safety instrumented system, and all of these things moving towards this kind of very concerning combination type of attack, where a foothold is established in a protection or a safety environment, it is manipulated so that it does not provide the service that is intended to, and then the process from another foothold is driven to an unsafe state, resulting in an outcome that could be very, very bad for the organization and for the personnel working there. So as we look to these different groups of folks to prepare for these types of attacks, multidisciplinary teams need to train together. In most critical infrastructure environments, you're going to find numerous silos of excellence. So the field environments, whether it's generation, transmission, working very, very well to provide safe, reliable, affordable power, and the wide area control center view all the way to the right of the screen, observing and ensuring system planning and contingencies, as well as operational, in between kind of the technologies that support them both and tie them all together. All of them kind of doing their part every minute of every day to provide their service. But from a training perspective, we need to begin to move to an environment where they are training together, and they're training for system events as well as targeted cyber attacks and how that would look from each perspective and how they need to operate together to respond to it. In most things, when we're looking towards operational technologies and what we need to do to support these systems, we generally look to what the operations has done prior. So in the keynote today in the panel, we had talked through kind of an operational training program that system operators walk through. And they generally have simulators that can capture storms or system events that can be replayed for each operator during a training shift. So they can practice the way they play and see how they would have responded to system events. Operators have the capability to plan and perform analysis on a very complex system and look towards contingencies of, if this asset fails, what is the next greatest contingency that will cause an event that would be of concern? As they look towards a load shedding capability, and for those who are not from the power industry, this is a concept of managing a very complex interconnected system. And if it starts to fail due to lack of generation or transmission line outages or storms in an area, and it begins to degrade rapidly, this is the concept of being able to shed parts of the system so you can maintain some portion of it that you could restore and recover from. Emergency operations, everybody on the call regardless of where you're from, you've probably seen when a storm hits or a hurricane hits, utilities work together through mutual aid and they send personnel to go assist in efforts at other parts of the system that are impacted, because it's all one shared common system. When one side feels pain, the other does as well. And the last piece here that I'll comment on, again, from those not from power, the term black start, meaning when there is a blackout condition that occurs and the need to be able to restore power. In general, most generation assets need power to make power. There are very specific generation assets that are black start capable and can be used to start to stitch the grid back together, or the portion of your control area if you're an operator. From a cyber perspective, we need to think about all of those things and add the word cyber to the front of it. So what are our cyber load shed capabilities, for example? If you saw during an incident an attack coming that was impacting operational networks, how quickly could you identify portions of network segmentation, communications, or cyber assets that are not necessary for the core mission that could be severed with various rule sets or various approaches? Do you have a cyber black start capability? Or just like with electric system, do you need cyber assets in order to restore cyber assets? Are all of your backups or all of your routines on additional digital elements that if they were all compromised and taken down, how would you recover? What cyber black start capable assets do you have to perform your key mission components? So those are the problem sets that we're looking at, that we're looking to try to train towards. And again, as you've heard throughout the day, we really, really believe of all the levers and dials and things that you can invest in and operate towards, that from the perspective of building a range, the most important piece, and where SANS and kind of the people that we've had here really, really invest and dial up, is focused on these learning objectives and developing content that will reinforce those learning objectives. After that has been established, kind of moving over in towards the ability to actually build that and deliver it, and this authoring and delivery platforms that they need to support the content-focused learning objectives. With those things dialed to the right levels based on what the need is, then the infrastructure and the artifacts and all the other pieces will be built up to support the needs. Doing this from the other direction, from right to left, you may build a very, very large environment that doesn't satisfy any of the needs of the people that you're trying to train. Looking to the people we're trying to train here, so again, this is kind of this mix of, we need folks in this space that understand information technology and IT, and we need people that understand operational technology. We need folks that understand cybersecurity and the power system that they work within, whether it's generation, transmission, distribution, overall operations, and how they blend. The sad part of this is those people don't exist in the wild. They're not somebody you're going to stumble upon, find, and hire. They are people that need to be trained, which makes the need for ranges and training and individual skill development even more. So through that process of building kind of those unicorns and those very specific people with the skill sets that you need in those spaces, and if you don't align yourself with a unicorn, then possibly a Yeti. But in either case, these people do not exist and they need to be created. And in the very complex environments that we are dealing with, we really, really need kind of a diverse group and a mix of those kind of Yeti-corns, people that are different experience, different exposure to different environments, and tying together all those individual pieces. So from the perspective of our ranges, as I start to move into the latter part of this, we are looking towards, kind of as the environments we support have changed over time, and this picture says a lot, and it very closely aligns with the ICS industries in general. The 70s and 80s, kind of the sensors, the actuators, the individual knobs and dials and indicators, moving more towards a mixed system, and then moving more towards a complete human-machine interface graphical environment that operators have in front of them. If you were an operator, you probably in the 60s would have been overwhelmed and questioned your ability to quickly find and act upon a situation within an environment like what was in the Apollo craft. If you were in the Dragon craft, you might be underwhelmed with your ability to control your future, where everything that is available to you has been decided and presented upon you. In the middle, you have ability to uniquely control even through system failures. As we try to teach kind of the individual learning skills of our IT, OT, and cybersecurity, we look towards teaching the process under control, the sensors and the actuators that are in use, We look towards teaching the manual controls that exist for operators, as well as the digital displays, and ultimately moving towards a full digital environment for some of the SCADA situational awareness people, that they are distant from the process that is under control. They may be controlling a geography of multiple states, hundreds of assets. So they are distant from the process, and it is presented in a way that they can see the most important elements first. As we look through that from a class or a courseware or a live range environment, the best way we have identified to perform that is to build the process throughout the week. So having students and participants walk through the development of that process, tying the systems together, understanding the network, understanding the systems itself, and then moving towards an environment where we are manipulating that system and taking it down, and they need to respond. Outside of the classroom and using these similar skills and approaches, we look towards grid net wars. And in this, it is more focused on the ultimate ability of getting joint teams in a room and responding, whether it's from blue team, red team, or operators, having them all work together. As we run these at SANS events, we kind of pick whether it's going to be blue team focused or red team focused. But when conducting at a national level or for an entity, we try to do this in a way where it is built towards a joint team training effort. Some concepts along those lines, from a red team perspective or an adversarial perspective, going in and discovering individual assets and manipulating those assets, similar to Ukraine 2015, where they are taking over the operator screens and operating the systems in the field. You see the indicators and the physical breakers operating in the video to the left, and the screen that they have taken over, the real-time operating system, is what they're manipulating on the right. Down below, and moving more towards the 2016 attack, bypassing the operator screens and simply sending commands straight to the field devices. So doing that in a way where you're bouncing them in and out and causing power disruptions to load, and then energizing and de-energizing, ultimately potentially causing equipment damage. As we look towards other types of attacks available in this space, kind of taking that same environment and now starting to train towards the operator side of manipulating the data they see. So obtaining a man in the middle position, spoofing the operator screens, and then directly controlling the devices in the field so that they don't see the true state of the system, and they no longer can make decisions based on what they believe to be true and factual. As you work with operators and red team and blue team trying to identify where they are and how to prevent it, red team manipulating the system and the state of truth for the operators, then the operators trying to understand what other systems can we look to validate the true state if we can't trust the screens in front of us. That is where the operators come in, and they will use kind of their overall situational awareness screen, their large scale energy management systems, and they will look towards kind of true breaker conditions. As shown here, these two breaker statuses open and the impacts to load. We have tied this model from Western Service, which is a true dynamic load flow and power system model with alarms, voltage categories and load profiles, as well as an HMI graphic where IT and OT people can see it in a way that is understandable. So they can understand outages to factories, in heavy industry, schools, stadiums, major cities. So we've converted it into this kind of cartoon looking image, so it's easily to understand to all players, but it's still operational. You can still SCADA open, SCADA close, and manipulate the system directly from that view, which is tied into our cyber range, which is tied into our industrial control system physical range. So we've taken full operational models, tied them to the cyber components, and tied them to the industrial control systems. So all parts of this live range are available for red, blue, and operational system operators. We've conducted this at a couple of different countries, and obviously the red team side or the blue team side at SANS events. But we are really looking to continue to build on this and move and integrate additional sectors, natural gas and others, so that we can continue to train at organizations and at country national security level. With that, my contact is in the right. I am at time, and I'm going to be turning this over to Mr. Phil Hagan, so I will stop sharing my screen. I will join you in the Slack virtual hallway.
Let's do a quick intro of Mr. Phil. Phil, are you here and ready to go? I see you.
Sir, how are
Hey,
you?
underscoring the importance of what Tim Conway just showed us. 5 minutes ago, my power went out. So I'm running off of generator right now. Thankfully, internet stayed up, but thank you for the power grid, Tim. Thank you for that demonstration of how important it is in my life. And what you've built is really phenomenal. In the ICS 612 class, Grid Wars, it is incredible. Another thing that's incredible is what Phil Hagen and his team have developed. Phil is an incredible guy. He is the curriculum lead for the DFIR curriculum. He is a graduate of the U.S. Air Force Academy, served his country well. Really an incredible thought leader in what it takes to make an effective cyber range, capturing data over time so that it's not just a single small snapshot that looks artificial. And when we were putting this session together, I was thinking, who better than Phil Hagen to tell us how to build a really realistic cyber range for capturing assets for high fidelity forensics analysis. So without further ado, let's go ahead and introduce Phil Hagen and welcome him. Thank you, Phil.
Thanks very much, Ed. I appreciate the chance to speak here. Really excited to talk to you about some of the things that go into making our forensic data sets. And it really is this involved process that looks very easy on its face. A lot of people look at this and say, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to create a whole bunch of source data and then do some forensic stuff on it. I've been through a lot of the CTFs that do that kind of stuff. And certainly there are aspects of it that can be very valuable, but I want to really focus on the richness of detail that we build into these data sets. Hopefully the goal here is to kind of plant the seed of ideas for you as any of you are trying to put together these forensic scenarios that are going to help to train your teams to ensure that you are maximizing the investment of time as well as finances, and also to make sure that these are going to be realistic and valuable to your teams that are using them. So you'll see here that I've got the title. You might wonder, what in the world does an apple pie have anything to do with it? Well, I know that when we have some of those ICS Networks events, they do have you bake cookies as one of the targets, which is really awesome at the events to hear and to smell, rather. But I've got a little bit of a different spin. And it's actually one of the inspirations that we have for creating our forensic data set. It's a quote from Carl Sagan. And it says, if you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe. And I love starting these talks about our forensic data sets with that quote, because it looks like an apple pie. And when you think about the physics and the millions and billions of years behind the physics that goes into making that apple pie, it makes it that much more amazing. And it's not like we're spending billions of years putting efforts into our forensic data sets, but I'll tell you what, sometimes when you're making these, it really feels that way. So I want to give you a little bit of that perspective here and really want you to think this through. If you want to make that apple pie, you've got to first create the fundamentals. And this really goes into the different types of training environments that we need to create. Within the DFIR world, sometimes we need to refine specific skills, and we need to create this one tiny little artifact to show you this is what the artifact means. And I'll give you an example of that. We might want to show on a smartphone. Heather Mahalik, when she's putting smartphone forensic data together, is able to say, we're going to create a phone call that does this. We're going to start on FaceTime audio. We're going to upgrade to FaceTime video. We're going to then go back to FaceTime audio and then go to a telephone service by leaving Wi-Fi. We can create that specific set of artifacts and then go back to the device itself and see exactly what those artifacts look like. We can also then test our tools against it because we know what happened in order to create the data set. Therefore, we can say, did the tools tell the truth? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, believe it or not. But we're able to then definitively show that and then translate those observations from the tools or the tools we make ourselves into knowing what happened. And that's going to be a theme you hear me say a couple of times. We in DFIR make it our business to know what happened. That's our job. This skill refinement is really important. And I'll give you a bit of an analogy. It's kind of like when folks who are in the, have to go to the firing range to requalify for whatever reason. That firing range is very important. It makes sure you know the weapon, it makes sure you know your tool in that case, and it makes sure that you have that dialed in and you understand how it's going to behave in very specific controlled environments. Incredibly important situation, very, very necessary. Well, as I shift gears to the other side here and talk a little bit about the operational modeling component, this is where we want to make you mission ready, where we want to build something that represents reality. There's nobody out there that is going to think this exact sequence of smartphone scenarios is going to be seen on every single phone. It's artificial by design. It needs to be. On the other hand, when we go into operational modeling, we actually need to create an entire world in which those artifacts are created, which means we're going to build the world first, then we're going to operate in the world, then we're going to take the data back. Now, you see the different needs being beneath each of these. Tool proficiency, well, in this case, we're ensuring mission success. The operational modeling analogy that I will mention is basically when you have one of these more elaborate military operations, and they'll actually build a facility in which they will train. And they build that facility in order to really make sure everybody on that team knows exactly what they're going to be doing, where they're going to be, down to the inch. Certainly, they are not a perfect parallel to what we do, but it is a pretty close relationship. So these are very different, both critical, but very different training requirements. We certainly handle both, and I'm primarily talking about the right-hand side, the operational modeling. Because when it comes to these data sets, we need to have operational realism. DFIR, again, is the business of telling what happened, and we need to be very sure about that. So if we go into an environment, and let me just clarify here, if we go into a training environment, and the training environment has been created in a way that has cut corners or has taken shortcuts, we're going to see that because you simply can't fake reality. At this point, it's just not feasible to be able to create something that is completely and totally modeling, let's say, a real world enterprise network by doing it in kind of this sandboxy scenario. There are certain corners that we know we can cut, but we've got to be very clear about those that are required to maintain operational realism. And a great example of this is when you double click that document file, whether that be an email versus on the desktop versus a shortcut in a folder to another location. Literally hundreds of artifacts are being created in a matter of a second or two. Every single one of those artifacts absolutely must line up or it looks completely wrong. It's kind of like when you're watching that movie and it's got really bad CGI right next to real world. And you can tell very clearly that it's just not true. You're very obviously looking at, I won't say a forgery, but you're looking at something that has been shortcutted. This cheating is problematic, and I don't say cheating in necessarily a bad sense, but I do think it has a detriment to the training environment because it makes something that's unrealistic. If you're creating a tool that is automatically clicking on links, what artifacts does that tool leave? If you're not clicking on the links in the same way across multiple different scenarios, are you creating different artifacts? We on the forensic side can tell you the answer is they are probably very, very different. However, we don't want to mislead our students. Another example of that is if you've got an exploit that's being launched in your environment and your scenario that you lay out says that this exploit was brought in by a web-based download, but you've actually emailed that scenario, that attachment or that malware into the environment to be executed, then that obviously is going to have different artifacts. We on the forensic side are going to be able to tell that. So we've got to avoid those at all costs. So what objectives do we lay out to make sure we have that operational realism? Got a couple of these laid out here. You can kind of see some themes or some patterns in the words that I've used here. First of all, we've got to have an objective. And that actually speaks really well toward what Tim was saying. We make sure we have a list of these specific objectives that we want to train to. Here's what we want to speak to. Here's what we want to demonstrate. Here's what we need to show. We then build an environment. And when I say build an environment, I mean build an enterprise. There's that universe that we were talking about building before having an apple pie. If you want a domain, you build a domain. If you want 150 systems, you build 150 systems. You want to have antivirus. You want to make sure that there are user-facing services like web and email and SharePoint, for example. Those all need to be fully functional. We also need to make sure that our administrator actions are also in context and in character. I'll give you some other examples of that coming up down the line. We also need to have a real background activity. I'll talk about that one next. If the only activity in the environment is related to the attack, it doesn't look realistic. So we want to make sure the environment is up and operational for days, weeks, or even months before the compromise. Because I don't know about you, but sometimes when I go into a forensic challenge and I find out that the system was installed from the registry artifact that tells you the system install date, and then 10 minutes later, the attack occurred, and then 10 minutes after that, the system was shut down, it just doesn't convey that degree of realism. We need background information. We need to have that automated and human-based activity to make it look realistic. The other thing in here is it has to be real time. There's no way to effectively compress time. Remember I said that that one double click can generate hundreds of timestamps? Well, imagine how many millions, maybe even billions of timestamps there would be across that arc of time that constitutes months between setting up the system, operationalize the system, and then attacking it. We've got to make sure those are all consistent. So accelerated and compressed time is something that we will avoid at all costs because it does have its own artifacts, and it's very tough to keep consistent to it. It's tough to keep them consistent with each other. The last two on here are the big ones. These are the humans. We need real participants. We need human actors for the key components. So choose your key personnel, allocate those key personnel to your parties who are going to be acting as them. And I'll give you an example of a specific one coming up, but for that scenario, I took on a persona for months before, during, and after the compromise that we used for this scenario. And so did a number of our other teams. So we had all people who were emailing, who were watching web videos, who were communicating via Twitter, who were really going about their daily business in character. This also extends to your administrators. Your administrators need to have a purpose for being, for purpose for doing. They can't simply reach into the environment and manipulate things and then leave, because guess what? Artifacts are going to tell us that that happened. That also goes for the adversaries. We need to have human adversaries who are going to do human things because that's going to model the realism we have in true world scenarios. So they need to emulate the actions, and in some cases deliberately emulate mistakes, and in other cases maybe not so much, which I'll talk about. But really we want to make sure that they are doing the actions that are going to support those objectives we set at the very top of the list here. So some of this comes with automation, and I want to put this out of the way real quickly. Background texture. You're going to have bots unless you have an entire true workforce who is dedicated to being your movie extras here in the scenario. These NPCs or these bots are going to be perfectly acceptable in certain circumstances. These are fine for generating background data. Just don't expect it to be important content. If it's important or if it's directly relevant to the learning objectives you set out, you're going to need humans. This involves writing emails, web browsing, creating spreadsheets, creating SharePoint content. Make sure that you have just enough realism to add to the appropriate level of background noise, but it doesn't have to be too much effort. And if you give me a little bit of a parallel to the movie industry, one of the classic things that extras in movies are told is that they don't really have to have a conversation. They actually have certain words they can use that are sufficient to look like they're having a conversation. So what a lot of them are actually saying in the background is actually rutabaga, 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 rutabaga. Absolutely not kidding. You can go look that up. You just need to have your bots be sufficiently realistic to do the trick. One of them that we spent a great deal of time on actually contributed to our Forensics 508 and 572 capstones. This was what I will probably suggest is one of the most extensive, in-depth, and realistic forensic simulations that we've ever seen put into action. It took several years of work to put this into play and a significant workforce to make this realistic. We created an environment we called SRL, which is an extension of a previous iteration, so it's SRL v2. SRL version 2 involves a government contractor with a significant intellectual property theft problem by a state-level actor. This means we knew what we wanted to model, and we actually took a bit of a montage of several different state-level actors that have been well reported on in threat intelligence in order to model our custom threat actor. We then set forth the plan. We built the environment, full enterprise. We made sure that we had enough realism and enough systems to look like a proper enterprise. It's designed to emulate about 1,000 endpoint network, but we didn't have 1,000 endpoints, and that's okay. But we built and prepared the environment. We wanted to make sure we placed our sensors and our collectors and our configurations in a manner that modeled what we needed. Then we went ahead and had character engagement. That's where folks like Rob, Chad, and Mike, myself, a couple of others, took on the personas of individuals in the environment, and we tweeted and we emailed and we created secret projects. When it came time for our administrator to implement a spam blocking solution, because this was active on the internet, we actually had one of our personnel, personas in the environment, email the administrator and say, I'm having a really bad spam problem, can you check it out? Then in character, the administrator goes out, does the web research, figures out what it is they want to implement, implements it, and then we have spam filtering. So all of that is done in character. We had a couple of months worth of the attack itself, and then we went into capstone development, which continues to this day because we're still finding new artifacts. This was a long effort, and this is going to speak to the kind of realism that it involves, as well as the longevity we need to get from this. In terms of the environment itself, this is just a quick snapshot of the most relevant systems out of it. There's probably about another 20 systems that we use that are not on the network diagram, but it goes to show you that we did not fake this in a single segment. Although it was virtualized, we did have offsite mobile clients, and we had an extensive on-site network segmentation diagram or segmentation strategy that modeled the best practices that we wanted in the environment itself. So this was very important for us to maintain that level of realism, including the visibility that we had in the environment. The result of this was over 8 terabytes worth of evidence. We had about 6 terabytes of disk evidence, 2 terabytes of network data, and we couldn't, of course, give our students 8 terabytes worth of evidence to work from. That's simply not going to work. So we had to pull that back to about 120 gigs per class of the most relevant, most important evidence. That included disk, memory, triage, PCAP, log, and NetFlow data, and we're still seeing students find new ways to take advantage of that evidence set. This is also important because now at certain events, we're able to use what is called a joint capstone scenario, which means instead of just working with people from Forensics 508, we cross the streams. I know we're not supposed to do that, it's a bad thing, but it's a lot of fun, so we're going to do it anyway. We cross the streams by putting 572 students and 508 students on the same team because they have the same evidence from the same compromise, and they're able to tell a much more comprehensive story that way. This is a very, very rare, wonderful occasion when we can make it happen. It is something that we can't predict, but we do our best to try and make that occur wherever possible. And I'll end with a couple of the lessons we've learned the hard way, because as you all know, it's better to learn from somebody else's mistakes than your own. First of all, everything's live and you don't get a second take. This is Saturday Night Live on absolute adrenaline, to be completely honest. I've never done Saturday Night Live, so I can't truly compare it, but it felt a lot more real to me than it does watching Saturday Night Live. Everything's improv. If somebody screws up, you've got to take that on and own it. And you've got to say, how do we make this still work? So prepare for those, recover, you'll be fine. Play the part. Nothing happens that's not in character. I mentioned spam filtering, for example. Everything has to be done within the confines of this kind of Truman Show style of reality where everything must be done in character. Make sure you have backup plans. We found that the attachment to our initial phishing email was blocked by Outlook. We didn't know that was going to happen until game time. We made sure that we had a backup plan. We were still able to get that compromise to occur. Make sure you plan everything. Make sure that is documented down to the minute if necessary, and make sure you tell your attackers why. Also, during the attack, maintain equal documentation more than just any kind of automation or screen recording. I want to know when things went wrong, so when we come back to look at the artifacts, we can tell what happened. So make sure your attack team knows that they need to do that at a very, very clear level of detail. And then at the end of this, you will have to spend a significant amount of time and effort and blood and sweat and tears, and let's face it, money, in order to make this as realistic as it needs to be. So make sure you are picking durable artifacts, durable methodologies, and a scenario that is going to maintain its realism for a significant amount of time. Because if you build it around current events or pop culture, you're outdated as soon as you're out of the gate. And that's certainly something that's going to cut the value that you have of that investment. So overall, with a little bit of forethought, certainly possible to invest smartly into a very realistic scenario. And I'm really eager to hear your questions. And I'll be joining Tim in the channel that we've got listed here for a while to answer the questions that you might have. But the last thing that I'll leave you with is that no movie is complete these days without a post-credits scene. So I've got one of those for you. Make sure you engineer that environment so it can be set up for a sequel. Because I can tell you right now that SRL environment is still alive. In fact, we've already undergone yet another compromise in the environment that is now being built into the forthcoming Forensics 608 class, which we expect is going to see classrooms sometime in mid-2021, give or take. But we make sure that this is something that will continue. We took our 2012 scenario, then we made a 2018 scenario. Now we've got a 2019 scenario, and who knows what the future is going to have beyond that. So it's definitely a lot of fun for us because we know it portrays the realism that you see in the casework that you're faced with. So I'm really excited that it's landed very well, and I'm super eager to hear your questions and appreciate the time to share it with you today.
Oh, that was awesome. That was so good, Phil. And Phil, what you and Tim have created, I mean, it's best of breed. It's mind blowing. I have a quick question for you, and then we'll go over to the breakout Slack discussion, and everybody else can ask their questions. But it seems that there's a lot of time and effort that's involved in creating these things, whether it be Grid Wars or the ICS 612 class or the SRL V2 environment. And Phil touched on this in his post-credits thing, but give us some ideas of how you can use the elements that you create there in other environments, in other scenarios, maybe even things, beyond what the original plan and design was. We try to do this in the things that we create over at the NetWar side, is reusing stuff. So if you need an IMAP daemon written in Python, Josh Wright wrote one 10 years ago, and we use it. We just keep. So my point is, there's a whole bunch of elements that you've created for these things, and what are some of the different ways that you could reuse them, and then other people might be more inspired to create elements like this if they know that there's so many different use cases for them. So thoughts?
I'll go first just because it follows on what Phil just addressed. In all the environments that we are training people towards, so as we go red team, we try to just start from an assumed breach perspective, assumed a contested territory from a corporate business network, and we sort of plug them straight into the IT and OT environments. However, when we're doing blue team, there's a tremendous amount of activity that happens first, kind of in stage one of an ICS attack, where an adversary needs to gain a foothold and compromise the corporate business networks of the companies that have these facility environments. So I could easily, on a blue team deployment of Grid Net Wars, look towards what Phil and the team has created with SRL and say, SRL is a third-party provider to this electric utility, and the compromise happened through this third party and then connects in. So from a blue team, they can truly train the people defending the corporate business enterprise for detection and for forensics, and they can see the path establishment into the OT environments, and then it turns over to those skill sets and those folks. At some point, these big environments that we've created across the different curriculums at SANS, we will add a tremendous value as we start stitching them all together into one big universe.
That's awesome. Really cool. Talk about crossing the streams. Any final thoughts on that, Phil?
Yeah, we always try to seek opportunities to embed future capabilities into the existing planning and compromise because of that strategic arc. Of course, I can't give too much away because this is, I'm sure, a no spoiler zone, but we certainly have a lot of aspects of the entire sequence, both the context building, the attack, and even the remediation stage, which we did build with no intention of putting into any current class. So it was something we said, here's this thing, let's see if it works. And then we also took a lot of lessons learned to say, next time, how do we involve more mobile devices? Or how do we figure out a believable way to bring in a suite of Mac systems to integrate to the domain? So some of those may not make it to the show, but we've got a lot of B-reel. We've got a lot of director's cuts that we can add in when we have the final releases of other courses. So we always try to poll our teams to see what else we can add in that could potentially be of use in the future.
I love that. That's so good. You guys truly are visionaries. Thank you for what you do. I raise my Coke Zero to you. So hop over to the channel. Please do fill out the session feedback. We've got the URL for you there. Phil and Tim will be over in the Slack channel for you. Also, we're going to take a break for the next 15 minutes. We're going to start up at 2:40 p.m. Mountain Time, when we're going to have a really cool session for you. I think you're going to love this. It's maximizing the value of training in cyber ranges. We've got an incredible panel of David Cohen, who's going to be talking about some of the great stuff at KPMG and CCDC. We've got Dean DeBeer from Cisco, who works on the Threat Grid section. Carrie McLeish from Tuvely. Jason Odell is going to share with us some of the stuff that Walmart's doing with respect to cyber ranges to build the workforce. And Nicholas Wood has some incredible insights from Booz Allen Hamilton. So please join us. That'll start in about 15 minutes. Please go chat with Phil. You can see they just left Phil and Tim over in their channel. And we'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hey guys, just want to do a quick tech check while we're on break here. David, are you on?
I'm here.
Great. Can you do a quick just video as well?
Yep, let me change my video.
That was amazing. Okay, that was my favorite surprise today.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Hold on, I'll follow Jason's lead and do something a bit more professional.
I like yours much better. That's pretty amazing.
That was amazing. Even my dog is excited. You can hear the heavy panting here. Sorry, she gets excited when I get excited. Something's happening. All right, so Ed, you're on, and you always sound good. David,
Okay, well, thank
you. Sound good. Jason, can you say something?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Sound
Yeah.
great.
Great. Thank you. Carrie, I saw you here.
Yes, and my video's not on, so I guess you'll turn that on.
Are you not able to?
It said the host has stopped it.
Okay, I will work on that. That's
I just
The host has asked you to start your
because
video.
you kind of popped up at the end of the last session, so I just turned it off.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
I got excited
Oh,
too.
there you are. Sorry, we need all the excitement. Get it's Friday too. Awesome. Okay, I see you there, and you sound great. Thanks,
Okay.
Carrie. Do we have Nicholas on?
Yep, I'm here.
Excellent. There you are, and you sound great too.
Awesome, guys. Thanks for doing this. I'm excited. Did you see the last session?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to brag or anything, but that was pretty freaking awesome. Just, I was mesmerized until my power went out. It really did go out for like 3 minutes. I was gone. But while he's talking about simulating a power grid, my power goes out.
Oh, that's fine.
And you guys.
Dean says he's joining now, by the way.
Okay, good. All right.
I saw Rooks. What was his first name?
Derek Rook.
Yeah,
Good.
that was a really good one. I saw that
Really
earlier.
was.
I felt his pain. Of going
Yes.
rages and like, oh, this is painful.
I loved how real it was and how
That was a great story.
Yeah, very good. And I mean, I laughed, and I mean, I was with him at every step of the way because I saw him in those environments, and I watched him, and I've watched him develop. So, I assume we're kind of broadcasting, right? This is pre-show banter. This is break band.
So far
Yeah, I think it's live recording.
Live.
So, well, I am going to go take a bit of a break here, and get ready for you guys. Okay.
Cool.
I'll be back in just a minute. Thanks for joining us, you guys. This is going to be a really cool panel.
We got the helm while you're away, Ed. We got it.
All right, yeah. I mean, I'm superfluous.
Yeah.
I like how David's got that sort of Santa Claus thing going, man. Like young Santa.
This is my quarantine beard.
Yeah, it's magnificent.
Wow. I try to grow the quarantine beard too, just not working.
It happens as you get old.
He's only been in quarantine for 4 days, by the way.
I wish that was true.
Impressive.
I wish that was true.
Awesome.
Right
So
on.
it's good for like 9 more minutes if you guys want to just turn cameras off and mute, and then we'll unmute and turn cameras on when we get started.
All right.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Nicholas, how do you get your light? Do you have a light on or something? Because mine looks so dark. It's like I'm in a hole or something.
Yeah, I've got like daylight, LED lights above me, so I think that probably helps.
Oh, good idea. Hey. Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay. Light.
All right, see you in a few.
Thanks. See ya.
Hey, Dean, you want to just do a quick audio and video check while we're still on break?
Do both here, unmute and add video.
There you are. Success.
Perfect.
All right.
Audio is clear?
Yeah, sounds great.
Perfect.
We've got about 5 minutes, so if you want to mute and turn off your camera, and then Ed will kick us off when we get back. About 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, Ed, I think James Lund would like you to know how early he is. And James, if you're there, you want to just do a quick video and audio check?
Well, that's wonderful. Is he going to dance the entire time?
I hope so.
What happened to your mane? What happened to your mane? Oh my
I know,
God.
it's my COVID haircut. It reached a point of critical mass.
Terminal
where
velocity.
Farmer kind of went by and went, "Oh, look, an errant sheep. Allow me to just fix that."
Somebody sheared you. You got sheared.
Yeah. Military grade. Really, really terrible. I'm just trying to get close to your style, Ed. That's the truth.
Oh, don't do it. Don't do it.
I know not to do it, but,
You sound great. And it's nice to see you in orbit, you know, with the
I'll
Earth
lose the
behind you.
background. I'm gonna sort another background out in a moment. But
Didn't it be
is
Jupiter?
this mic clear? Is it all right?
Yeah, you sound great.
Yep.
Awesome.
You sound
I'm
almost as good as you look.
super early and prepped, which of course is only because of Jennifer's wonderful instructions. Otherwise, I would have been 5 minutes late.
True. Well, you're 45 minutes early, so.
All right, I'll let you off camera for a bit if you like to go.
You'll get to enjoy the next panel. There's going to be some really cool stuff coming down.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen. Hey, actually, a really super speedy question, Ed. I know you have 3 minutes, but do you have any absolutely would love me to reiterate points? I have everything we talked about, but is there anything through today you're like, oh, definitely say that?
Oh, the stuff that we talked about last week would be just marvelous.
I have that in abundance. So
thank you.
All good.
Rocket.
No worries. Thanks a lot. Break a leg, everyone.
Appreciate it. Bye.
Yeah. And Ed, I've got a quick question for you. Did you want to share your screen again for this, just the slide of the panelists' names? Are you cool if I do that?
Oh, you can do that. Yeah.
Perfect. And then about 5 minutes in after the intro, I was thinking I'll kill the slide. I've been finding it through the day. The experience is much better on YouTube and such. People don't have to have side by side to see everybody if the slide is gone. So
I guess so. I hope people will still know and remember who is from which
I
organization.
can leave it up. I can leave it up too. It's up to you.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I can also rename people to include their organization.
Oh, I like
So
that.
I can have David Cowan, KPMG. I think.
I like that. Although it's important to remember, nobody is speaking for their organization. They're speaking for themselves. That said, it's nice to know, oh, this is a person who has these kinds of experiences. So
Okay. I'm happy to leave the slide up. We'll just remind people to do the side by side on.
I like Jen's idea. Jen's idea of renaming is a really good one.
David just renamed himself, and it's great.
All right, cool. Talk to you in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Can I do a video check, you guys, real quick? Oh, does that look okay? Okay. I didn't want to be the only cool kid.
There you
That's
go.
great.
Great.
Looks good.
What are you saying?
Okay, I think it's just about time. We'll start when the SANS folks tell us to start, whether that's Emily or Jen. If I could ask my panelists here, if you could go off of mute and appear on the screen for us so everybody can see you.
You're good to go, Ed.
We are ready to go. Okay, excellent. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good break. For those of you that listened to our banter, I hope you found it interesting and edifying. I'd like to introduce this next panel to you. This is a cool panel. It's one of the ones I'm most excited about the whole day. Maximizing the value of training in cyber ranges. We have some true thought leaders here from really instrumental organizations. They're going to share with us some of their ideas for how they can integrate CTFs and cyber ranges into developing, retaining, building their workforce. It's really cool stuff. Let me just go through the set of panelists that we have here for you. Each of these folks is good friend. We've got Dean DeBeer, who's a co-founder and CTO of ThreatGrid, now part of Cisco Systems. Dean is an old friend of mine. We've known each other for 15 years or maybe more. Dean is a security technologist with a background in malware analysis, incident response, and threat intelligence. He is the product line CTO for Advanced Threat Security Group at Cisco. He focuses on developing platforms for intelligence and response automation to defend against advanced threats. He came to Cisco as part of the ThreatGrid acquisition. The guy's amazing. He's involved in building, training, and leading penetration testing, incident response, threat analysis for a wide variety of different organizations. We also have Carrie McLeish, who is a cybersecurity practice director at Tuvely. It's an Acme company. Carrie engages customers by advising business leaders and C-level executives in cyber risk and security. She also deals with cyber compliance, defensive capabilities. I first met Carrie probably 12, 13 years ago when she was working in the Army, doing some really incredible stuff. She served in the 101st Airborne Division of the U.S. Army. She's got over 30 years experience in practical cybersecurity with strategic planning, tactical operations, policy and doctrine development. Amazing. Next is Nick Wood, Chief Technologist from Booz Allen Hamilton. He started his career in 2002 in the cybersecurity industry, working for Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab and Geek Squad and Lockheed Martin, and most recently at Booz Allen Hamilton. He supported a whole bunch of challenging technical roles. He was a sysadmin, exploit analyst, intrusion analyst. Today, he's the chief technologist at Booz Allen Hamilton. He's got a team of highly talented analysts working with their clients on some of their most challenging analytical problems. I've met some of the folks on his team. They're amazing. Really cool. We also have David Cohen. He is managing director with KPMG. He's a certified SANS instructor. And he started his career as a pen tester back in 1996, doing some information security consulting. He also does a lot of DFIR work and is a SANS DFIR instructor. Here's a quote from him that I thought was particularly great. Not only did I find huge technical challenges to tackle and master, but I also found clients who deeply cared about the work I was doing and directly benefited from its results. Got tremendous job satisfaction working in DFIR. Yep. He's got a team now of expert digital forensics investigators that work for him, pushing the boundaries of what is possible on a daily basis. And he's the red team captain for the National Collegiate Cyber Defense Competition, that's CCDC. And finally, we've got Jason Odell, who's Senior Director of Incident Management at Walmart. Now, somebody sent me a message from Jason's team earlier today. I won't name who it is, but I'm sure Jason will be able to figure it out. But this person sent me a message saying, hey, I'd like you, when you introduce Jason, to mention this, because this is how cyber ranges and CTFs have changed my life and how my work under Jason has been impacted by this stuff. He mentions here that he went to an ISSA session on a hack the flag. He said he made it rain shells and was caught up in a vector of excitement and swept with emotion. Then George Orchilis presented him as a first place winner in a beginner tournament. He had no idea that he had these skills before that tournament, but he learned the excitement of this from a CTF. And then as he worked his way through his career, he got a job at Walmart working on Jason's team. And Jason has encouraged him to build his skills through CTFs and various cyber range experiences. He wrote, none of that could have been achieved without being on a great team and working with the other great teams. Thank you, Jason Odell, for hiring me, for selecting me to do cyber ranges. And thank you for our great team at Walmart, who encourage a culture of self-development. I'm tearing up here, and have provided me with the greatest level of support in the hardest moments of my life. Jason is the Senior Director of Incident Management at Walmart. where he leads the teams responsible for data assurance, cyber intelligence, and security operations, incident response, and cyber. You're a busy guy, Jason. He has over 15 years of security experience. Jason was previously responsible for all aspects of an MSSP, providing services to over 1,000 financial institutions. He's presented at many conferences, keynoted many, including speaking at RSA. It's just a delight to have Jason here with us. So this is quite a cool panel. See what I said? I promised you. But I'd like to start out by asking a question of Dean. So let's go with Dean first. Dean, please give us a little background about your team and how you've used cyber ranges and CTFs to help build their skills. If you could give us like a minute or two on that, we'd love to hear.
Absolutely. So back in the days of ThreatGrid, it was a very different environment as opposed to today at Cisco, where we have very large engineering teams of all different levels of experience and types. During the Cisco days, we're heavily focused on malware. Sorry, the ThreatGrid days, we're heavily focused on malware analysis. So the team was made up of folks that had backgrounds in reverse engineering, vulnerability management, and discovery, incident response, malware analysis, etc. Right? Coming to Cisco, you end up in very large environments with teams where you end up hiring developers that don't have backgrounds in security, and that's to be expected, right? You're not going to find every developer is going to have security experience, especially in the more advanced threat spaces that we deal with. Things like cyber ranges and quite honestly, even hackme's or single tasks or tests, like are things that we've used throughout our interview process, as well as training post-interview to hire folks. The interview processes that we use today, especially on the research team, cover everything from looking at Windows event logs through to here's a report generated by the sandbox. Read it back to us and explain what you found, what was missing. So things like cyber ranges and CTFs, they build upon those questions that we ask of the teams. It becomes a more formal environment for them to practice and learn. And especially when you have folks that aren't security practitioners to start, any form of training, makes a big difference to the quality of product that you develop. Having a small number of security professionals and subject matter experts drive product development it's not a really scalable proposition. So providing knowledge to folks, whether they be on the UI UX front or engineering new tools or new engines for analysis, makes a world of difference to the quality of product that you end up producing.
Yeah, it's so true. You told me that story last week about how you wrote a little CTF embedding some data inside of some packets for your team. And I think that's a really cool thing. A lot of fun. Let's move to Carrie next. Hey, Carrie, I've known you for a long time. You've got a lot of experience on different kinds of ranges, military ranges, civilian government ranges, commercial. What's one of the biggest lessons that you've learned in what makes for a successful range experience in building skills?
Well, I think you have to know the intent. I think it's really important, obviously, to know the intent, obviously, because you want to know what you're getting out of the range. But also, I'm sure you've heard of this little thing called scope creep. And the cloud, cyber range is really a cool term, and I want one. But then everyone, if someone finds out you have one, then everyone wants to use it. And so I think it's important to know the intent of why you have a range and what you're trying to get out of it. And also, when you put the price tag of a range up in front of someone, they're a little shocked, a little sticker shock. And there are lots of other free ranges out there available. There's other capture the flag, SANS Holiday Hack Fest has been around, I think, for as long as I've known you.
Oh, yes. I think about 20 years. We're about 20 years now.
Yeah. And, so that's always free. And then like Google has a capture the flag. There's many other tools out there. So yeah, again, I think intent and what you want to do with it is the lesson that I've learned, and then kind of frame the expectations so that whoever's the bill payer or whoever says they want a range knows what to expect and what they can get out of it. And
I think that's wise. Yeah, absolutely. So, up front, are you using this for recruitment? Are you using it for skill development? Are you using it for evaluation? Are you using it for maybe retention or maybe team building? There's so many different ways you can use this, and being purposeful up front and not just saying, well, just use it and hoping that stuff happens. That's not optimal. So thanks, Carrie. Great insights. Nick, you and your team have participated in a lot of cyber range events, and I know you've given us some feedback on ours, and it's always been really interesting and really useful. How do you characterize the best cyber ranges, and what are you looking for in finding something that will give you, a lot of value for your team?
Yeah, great question. So I'd say the best, most polished cyber range that my colleagues and I have participated in is probably NetWars, and only because the hint system that's built in really ranges from allowing somebody who's just entering into the field to really kind of not necessarily stumble through, but really kind of just start at that really junior level and advance their skills pretty quickly. But then when you lead NetWars into the Tournament of Champions, where you can really go toe to toe with some of the most challenging, competitors, across the country, across the world, that's just a really unique environment that we haven't really seen anywhere else. But the second environment that I would say I personally enjoyed the most was CCDC, the College Cyber Defense Competition. So when I was studying for my master's degree, I think this was the 2009 competition. I got to meet a ton of folks, just get pillaged, and destroyed by the 50 plus red team attackers, all while you're trying to defend a small environment. So just the learning curve from focusing on such a small event is significant. And I think that's what really, at the end of the day, is the value there.
That's really cool. CCDC is a tremendous thing, and I encourage people, if they can help out with CCDC in any way, that they should. Also, Nick, I'd like to personally thank you. You push us hard on NetWars, and your comments, your feedback on NetWars through the years have helped us to make it better. You always give us very, very thoughtful stuff, and you do push us. It's hard. Sometimes it's like, wow, he's got a really good point. We got to figure out how to deal with that and address it. But I appreciate you bringing up CCDC, because that's going to bring us over to David. So David, in your role running the red teams for CCDC, what have you learned that you think every cyber range participant should know?
It's a really good question. CCDC is unique in that our participants are solely in a defensive mode. The only offensive operations are coming from the red team. So there's kind of two big lessons that we've seen that kind of emerged out of our competition. And so the first is how to be an effective kind of an operations cell inside of the operator's perspective when you're kind of showing that threat, and that is defining not only common toolkits, common base capabilities, making sure you have some custom developed kits each year to make sure you're not easily picked up by AV. But more importantly, on the student side, it's making sure that the exercise reinforces lessons through the time period that they should be reinforced by the red team activity. It shouldn't just be a, can I get in and do something funny? It's, does this activity reinforce a lesson and a life skill that allows that student, when they leave the competition, to be able to enter the real world and say, I remember how to react to this. I remember how to do this. I'm ready for this.
That's so good. So many people do it backwards. It's really interesting to me. They say, well, let's build out an infrastructure, and then later we'll figure out what challenges we can throw on it. You're supposed to start with the learning objectives and build scenarios, and then the infrastructure is supposed to enforce that.
Well, I wouldn't say we knew on year one, but it's been 15 years now, so we kind of
live and learn. We're both getting the grade thing, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Well, thank you for sharing that. Let's see, Jason. I see you and your team at a lot of hacker conferences and such. Your folks presenting, you presenting at various events. I see your team participating in CTFs there. How do you use cyber ranges and CTFs to build your team's skills and to do it in kind of a consistent and systematic way?
Yeah, sure. I think there are opportunities to use CTFs and cyber ranges across all of InfoSec. I know specifically at our organization, we've made a large investment over the last few years in detection and response. As a part of that, and I think everybody here understands and knows this, and I'm not going to tout the headlines from 2015, there's a cybersecurity shortage, right? But it's really hard to find across the industry, in spite of really aggressive recruiting efforts, seasoned incident responders. as well as other information security professionals. And so, there's a couple of things there as a byproduct of it, because you can have an incident response, you can have the tooling, you can have the playbooks, you can have all those other things, but at the end of the day, it's really the people that allow you to have a strong incident response program. So as a part of that, sometimes we find that we're growing our own. And so as we're growing our own information security talent, there's a couple of ways for those individuals to acquire the necessary experience. Because in spite of playbooks and processes, at the end of the day, it's people making decisions, and there are important decisions to be made that need to be tempered with experience in containment and eradication. And so in order for them to gain experience, there's a couple of different ways they can do that, right? One, they can get it organically. And a lot of us are part of large organizations, and we see attacks all the time. So that is certainly a way to gain experience. But the other way to gain experience is through CTFs and cyber ranges. That helps accelerate, the experience of the talent that you have at hand. And to your point, Ed, that's one of the reasons, whether it be DerbyCon, we actually did a presentation a couple of years ago relative to CTFs. We try to participate as much as we can in CTFs, as well as we try to lean in and help wherever we can, because we think it's so very important.
It gives back to the community, and it helps your own organization in recruitment and also building, a reputation. It's really good. Thanks for what you've done for the community. I really do think that this group here represents some thought leading organizations and thought leaders in not just building individual skills, but building team skills. And I'd like to kind of focus on that next, maybe turning to Dean again. Dean, you've got a very diverse team. You've got folks with all different kinds of capabilities and skills. You mentioned that earlier. How do you select range activities to cover the spectrum of those skills? Or do you kind of slice it and dice it and give different people different things? Or how does that work?
Oh God, with difficulty. So what I've chosen to do, and unfortunately this is more of a recent development than I would have preferred, is that as a requirement within your first year of being on one of my engineering teams today, that you do take some form of security training. What we've said is a baseline standard was actually your original course, SANS 504. And the reason for that, and I give everyone the opportunity to take different courses as well. Some folks, for example, the documentation team are not as well versed in security, so they might take an introductory course. And the reason for setting a baseline is that, I don't build offensive tooling anymore. Everything's about defense, right? Whether it be analysis or response or making that more efficient. So the goal behind starting with the training is to ensure that everyone has a baseline understanding of why we do what we do. I can find incredibly talented engineers around the world. We hire for location and not talent, but oftentimes they're coming in saying, well, I'm proficient in this language. I'm fantastic with, building things at building large scale infrastructures. And that's great, but, anyone can build a widget, right? Understanding why you're building that widget is probably the most important thing that I can instill in my teams today. And as an example, a gentleman that's been with the team for one of my teams now for, I want to say 5 or 6 years. He recently took a SANS training. I think he did a Windows Forensics one. And he came back, and we're a little horrified, and said, I finally understand why we do what we do. And that's the problem, right? You have a number of engineering teams. They end up in a hole working on specific tasks, and they're very good at it. But when they start seeing exactly why we do what we do, all of a sudden the light bulb goes on. They start making suggestions as to, well, hey, I know we're working on this, but we could potentially do this, and it's a little different. And this will give me visibility into some other aspect of the operating system that we didn't consider. So all these little things start, ensuring that my team start thinking, critically about the problems we're looking to solve, and require less direction to start, making informed decisions about what to build and when to build it. I think the CTFs themselves, whether they be, and I'll reference your Holiday Hack Challenge. I think the first time I did that was in 2006, and Mike Poore had written one around Star Wars.
Oh yes, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good time. It was all Unix based. Whether it be something that is, in essence, a tabletop exercise of review the data, or similar to the challenge I wrote where we embedded images in TTLs for ICMP the other day. whether it be an individual challenge that they can do in their spare time or something a little more formal and time consuming, like a cyber range or CTF, it brings understanding. I'm less concerned about, teams winning, and then I am about them gaining knowledge and understanding as to why we do what we do. Understanding the perspective of the defender, understanding the perspective of the attacker, understanding that, being an incident responder is very different to being, someone who's on a red team, right? Your goals are different. While there's an overlap in knowledge, oftentimes people are coming from different backgrounds when they move into those roles. You'll find that at least in my experience, the incident responders are traditionally administrators, your pen testers, come from a different background, right? So
I think you've opened up a new dimension there. We were talking about using this for, recruitment, building skills, retention, but your point is you also use it for realism and kind of the motivation of why they're doing the job that they do, because it can bring it together in a safe sense. And I think that's powerful. That's really cool. Let's continue on this team front. And if I could go to Carrie next, tell us a little bit about the team dynamics on cyber ranges. What makes for a good team and good team interactions?
I kind of like what Dean said about, understanding, I guess, how the team works together, because that's what I've seen is very important, is to establish some kind of boundaries. Like, you have to know who is the person who is the incident responder, or who is the person who is the pen tester. And then, which flags are you going after? Which direction are you going after? Because if you have one person on the team that is so much farther advanced than the other people of the team, the other people aren't going to learn anything. I've seen a range where the team was getting really frustrated because this one person just took over the whole show. Obviously they were much more advanced, but those kind of things can be found out when you do your pre-range exercises. So I like to take the team and put them together. For one thing, you're building the team dynamics, because they're all learning together, and someone will say, oh yeah, we did this exercise on this or whatever. So you're building the team there, so they're learning how to work together, who has the stronger skills in one area. And then if they don't pick their own boundaries, their own areas to go off in, then, that's where you can kind of come in and take charge, and hopefully, that you won't have the one person pulling everyone else over, because everybody is trying to learn, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that person needs to be put into a different range to give the other people a chance, because that advanced person also needs to build their skills, and you don't want to limit their curiosity and their abilities by putting them with someone with the wrong skills, or with a different skill set.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah. There's a thing that we did. It was a few years ago, part of the Cyber Shield event. We had, I don't know, it might have been 20 or 30 different groups of National Guard soldiers, each team of 10 from different states. And one of the things that we found there is if the leader of those 10 people was very technical and did the keyboard stuff, that team would be far less effective than if that leader was very technical and didn't touch the keyboard, but instead instructed other people what to do, or even if the leader wasn't technical and still instructed other people what to do. So the point is, if you're a technical lead, you might want to take a step back and best deploy your forces. This whole team thing can be really kind of neat and fun. Nick, I'd like to give this one to you. What's the most fun thing that you've done and your team has done on a Cyber Ranger CTF? You can have a good time with this stuff, right?
Yeah. So, there's so many different avenues you can go down, but I would say particularly, I really enjoy kind of automating some of the mundane elements. So whether it be like the enumeration phase, or maybe something just as simple as, taking a really complex bash command and writing a really quick, alias for it, because we're all hackers at heart, and we're lazy. So typing a really long command, if you can do 2 letters instead of, 30 is probably better. But I would say it's the most memorable fun time I've had in a cyber range is when a buddy of mine, there were several of us in this large scale cyber range, and my buddy had beaten me to rooting a machine. And when I finally got, that initial user access, I thought it was going to be a really instant, easy, privilege escalation win to root it, and get your little root dance going.
Yeah.
But my buddy had left some breadcrumbs leading me down a rabbit hole. So, once I finally figured it out, we both had a good laugh about it, but, it was it was a really fun experience. And I think at the end of the day, if you're having fun while you're, engaging with, these CTFs, these ranges, then you want to participate in them, and learning just is going to occur naturally.
It's gamification. That's what it's all about. People should be enjoying it. It'll make them want to learn and develop their skills. Really cool. I'd like to go to David next. David, you have such a fascinating background. You've done so many different things. You've got forensics, you've got red teaming. How does your diverse background of skill sets, blue, red, forensics, impact what you're looking for in getting value out of cyber ranges?
Sure. So it depends on the range, right? So for CCDC, on an operator perspective, I'm not looking for someone who has an OSCP, for example. Why?
Yeah.
There's lots of people out there that can get in. That's not our game. Our game on a multi-day event as a known attacker against defenders is that you have to be able to get in. Sure, it's possible you can do it, but stay in. And so it's finding those people who can develop not only new persistence techniques and skills, but do the research to figure out ways to be able to persist silently. For instance, the wonderful years when Windows didn't display STCP traffic. Man, those were great years for us. In fact, Nick, I'm sorry, that was one of our tricks there in the early years. Yeah. So on the red team side, yeah, it's about building those teams' capabilities, and then as Dean and Carrie were saying, building those teams. That's one of my responsibilities, assigning the teams. We have dedicated red teams per student team. I have to mix those skill sets up to make sure that I have an equal balance across it. But I'm also getting sponsors from Jason's organization. They're sponsoring our organization for getting people either from their offensive or their IR side, and I'm matching them up, make sure not only they have a good experience, but they can learn something and actually bring something to each one of these experiences. And then on the other side, on the KPMG side, when we have our employees and we're doing CTFs with them, or we're deploying CTFs for customers, again, it's all about that learning objective, because we have IR CTFs, we have DFR CTFs, and we have offensive CTFs, but it really is on the learning goal. And I would say for CCDC, the two learning goals we always have for our students is, can you learn to be a threat hunter? Can you learn to find signs of intrusion? And then can you do IR? Can you put out the flame and find root cause?
That's pretty awesome. Let's go to Jason next. So Jason, we've talked about this recruitment stuff, and I know that your team, you got an amazing team, but you're building, right? You're always looking for good talent. So when you're building your team and finding new talent, how do you take into account an applicant's experience with CTFs? How meaningful is that to you? What do you do with it? What kinds of things are you looking for?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think that weighs as we're going through the process of looking for talent, Ed. And there's a couple reasons for that, right? The first of which, our organization and our folks are pretty heavily engaged in CTFs. It's a part of our culture, especially for a lot of our blue teamers. And so when somebody comes in and they show that they have an interest in that area, obviously that means they'll probably be a good culture fit. The other thing is, I think seeing the individuals that have that strong desire to have gone off on their own and gain that hands-on experience, I think is really important as well. I was talking to somebody just a couple of weeks ago, and they were talking about, and this is not a knock against any higher education programs, right? And I won't name the institution specifically, but they were taking a database security class, and certainly that's a harder problem to solve when you're talking about bringing labs and other things into that kind of curriculum. But they'd taken a database security class, and they hadn't actually seen or touched or interacted with or had any kind of hands-on experience with any database as a part of that class, right? And so when you look at that versus the skill set that's gained through some of the cyber ranges and the CTFs, and somebody's actually living it and going through it, I think that brings a lot of value to the applicant.
Yeah, definitely. That's really cool. I the same thing on me. When I'm hiring, I'm looking, what have you played? What have you learned from what you played? What evidence do I have that you've played? And right. I don't need your score, but I want to see that you learned something in it, right?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Ed. I don't care where you ended up on the leaderboard necessarily. The fact that you took the initiative and you're participating and you're showing a desire to learn, I think that's critical.
That's really cool. Awesome. Thanks. Let's move to Dean next. So Dean, you had mentioned, taking some courses. You also mentioned some cyber range activities and CTFs. how do you characterize the differences in what you're looking for and what people learn in traditional courses, lecture and labs, versus cyber ranges and CTFs? Obviously, you need both, but how do you differentiate the learning outcomes of those two kinds of activities?
So, gosh, I'm less concerned with folks taking an exam at the end of the course. I really am. I would assume that, if they're spending a week or 2 weeks or 3 months in a course, they're gonna gain some knowledge, right? Depending on the technical expertise of that person. For example, I don't expect my UI UX teams, to win a CTF, right? Some of the guys are incredibly talented, but that's not their background. So when I look at what I expect out of a course or a CTF, it's a number of things. It's sort of transference of knowledge. We have a lot of senior folks on the team. Seeing that transfer of knowledge between that senior person and a more junior person. Seeing knowledge applied is probably the most critical for me, which is really whether it be a simple hackney or something as complex as a long-running CTF. When people get to apply that knowledge, you see true understanding at that point. And so for me, that's probably how I like to judge things versus, is there a way I can grade, a person's success at a CTF or their success, at taking a number of courses, right? And I think we can all agree that, real world experience counts for a lot more than, a certification or the alphabet soup behind the person's name.
Yeah.
And so, for folks that I don't ever expect to be an incident responder or a forensic analyst or a pen tester, my expectations for what I would consider success in the training that we've offered them or put them through or, encourage them to take is really around understanding and seeing that applied back to product, and seeing that applied back to the organization itself. Now, most of my team are not practitioners in the classic sense that, for example, Jason, your team, I'm familiar with a number of the guys, they're practitioners, right? They live their day, defending against, defending a 2.5 million, person network against God knows how many different people, right? That's a practitioner. So for me, it's when my team understand the role of the practitioner, can empathize with the practitioner and the difficulties in their day, and use that to design better product. And I see that success when I have most recently one of my UX team working on sort of a scalable endpoint technology, came back with suggestion on how to present data. And we're talking like a wealth of data. If you pull back, process trees from 10,000 systems, it's not that easy to mine that data, right? But at some point, someone needs to mine it. So for the UX person to turn around and say, look, I see this as a problem. If I was in this person's shoes, I wouldn't know where to begin. We can't only allow for the first page of data to be exported. They need to export the entire thing. Now, it might seem like common sense to say, well, export all 10,000, process tree dumps for those systems and mine it elsewhere. But oftentimes the UX person is not thinking in those terms. They're thinking about data presentation on the screen and not what happens off the screen. So that's how I would judge success in the teams going through these processes, they're taking these classes, taking these CTFs. And over time, it starts to increase as well. And you see people then starting to do things on their own and take initiative.
Yeah, that's great stuff, Dean. Hey, just so you guys know, I'm in the middle of a very big electric storm. I'm running off of generator right now. So if I disappear, we have 6 minutes left. Each of you share 1 minute of just amazing knowledge that you have, right? That's how we're going to finish anyway. But before we finish on that, I'd like to talk with Carrie. We're talking about ranges can do this, ranges can do that, CTFs can do this. They're useful this way and that way. But there's some limitations, Carrie. I'd like to hear your thoughts on what ranges can't do and CTFs with respect to learning outcomes and how we might seek more traditional training or other forms of learning besides training and ranges. Thoughts?
So some of the things, that ranges are very good at is there are a lot of different ranges that can teach you basic skills, and they're, they have a lot of instantiations that you can just spin up and teach basic things. But if you're trying to put a defense team together, it may be tough to replicate that operational environment on a range, because every infrastructure is different. And so it may not have the same look and feel as something else. So if you're past the point where you're teaching more advanced skills and you really want your team to practice, new tools or maybe a new device on something that's similar to their own network, especially when you start getting into classified networks. And, I think that's where you start to see a separation between what a range can do and can't do. And then that's where you have to have your own range in order to be able to test TTPs or, that are local and specific to your own organization. And the other things too is, if you are only looking at pen testing ranges, but you have a bunch of defenders, I think it was Dean that said, similar skills and there is some overlap, but when you're defending in a known network. This is my network. I know what this looks like. I know what it feels like. So I can pick out something that's different. If I'm a defender on a pen testing range, then I'm getting some skills, but I'm not practicing what I need to be doing is defending a network. So I think that's the thing, is that not all infrastructures look the same, and those are the challenges. The other thing too is depending on the bulkiness of your infrastructure, you may have challenges with, more than 4 or 5 people on your range. I mean, I know some of these larger ranges don't have those problems like CCDC, but when you're talking about smaller ranges at schoolhouses or in these other places, you might have a challenge in transferring files or VMs across, slow links. And
concurrency and stability are always a big deal when it comes to ranges. We're going to do a panel a little bit later with range designers talking about those very issues. But you bring up a really interesting point, Carrie, and I've seen this happen in a lot of ranges. And this is another use case that we haven't yet discussed here, except for Carrie just kind of brought it up, and that is evaluating your own TTPs, right? I mean, you can apply them in a range environment and say, wow, this one sucked, right? So we can't do it this way. Or this one was good, this one's solid, or this one is inefficient. Maybe there's a way we can be better. So it's not just learning, your people learning, it's you evaluating your own playbooks and your TTPs. So let's kind of close this out with each person. 1 minute, please. If you can limit yourself to 1 minute. We'll start with Jason. Just give us some knowledge, something really useful, interesting about ranges that you'd like to share with folks.
Yeah, no, I would just encourage people, Ed, as they're going through this process, and if you're participating in CTFs and ranges, approach it with the spirit of having fun. And don't be afraid of how you look to others. And I'll give you a real world example of that because I haven't been really that technical in quite some time. And I was over at the Hackfest Pen Test conference. It was some time ago, Ed, where we went to the National Cryptologic Museum.
Yes.
Yeah, there was cookies and adult beverages there afterwards, and we had the place to ourselves. But at that conference, I was taking the 561 class, and I had at that time Tim Medina as an instructor.
Yep.
And I was by far the least technical person on the team, right? But we had a lot of fun. I added value where I could add value, which was more of trying to keep things on track and trying to keep things organized and making sure people were working on the right things. And we had a team there that was much more technical if you looked at the median level than our team. And we ended up with a coin.
Nice.
Yeah. And, if you look at Net Wars afterwards, which was a fantastic experience, definitely I'm not one of the folks that would end up on the leaderboard. But just going in, having a great time, having some chips and beer, and being able to participate in that process and meet people and hang out with them. So I would just encourage everybody to have fun and not worry about where you're at in the leaderboard, and look at it more as the journey instead of where you end up at the end from a point perspective.
It's so good, Jason. I tell you, as a range designer and builder, I'm always reminding my team, because it's just so natural to focus on, the top 10 players and make sure that they were really challenged and they really enjoyed themselves. And look, that's important. I'm with you on that. But I always tell my team, I want the person who comes in 109th place to say, you know what? I got a lot out of that. Yeah. I really enjoyed it. So that's a really good thing for you to share. Thank you. Jason. Let's move to David next. David, what nugget do you want to share with us?
So I would say for those that are doing offensive CTF, especially those playing net wars of any flavor, don't think that the objective is to answer the question correctly and you're looking for a solution. The point of it is self-learning, learning how to find the answer to the question. So if you're sitting in chat and you're saying, hey, can anybody help me with this? There's a reason that we're getting vague. We want you to figure it out for yourself because that's what you need to do in the real world. And for the CCDC competitors out there who are watching this, there's no useful hints you can get from this, and we will see you next year.
Yay. It's all hints all the way down. Hey, Nick, would you share something with us, please?
Sure. So I'd say like the number one takeaway is just continue to advance your own skills because, at the end of the day, if you're continuing to take courses, take CTFs, participate in CTFs or ranges, you're advancing your own skill set and, that's what's going to pay dividends for your career, for your organization and ultimately the clients that you're supporting. But how you can do that effectively, I would say, and this has been a theme throughout this entire virtual summit, is take excellent notes. So my 3 takeaways on how to take excellent notes are use a cloud-enabled backup service such as OneNote. Joplin is a very popular one that's coming up. You don't want to lose your notes once you type really effective notes. Map a keyboard shortcut so you can take screenshots within a virtual machine and just paste it into your OneNote or whatever note-taking service you're using. And then log your terminal so you can refer back to that later. Though the combination of those will usually force you to take excellent notes that you can refer back to later and can continue the learning cycle.
I love it. Very practical. Thank you. Hey, Carrie, you got 1 minute of stuff?
Yes, I do. So I guess I take this from a different point of view because it seems like I'm always asking for money to support the ranges. So I'm taking it from another view is like make sure that you have learning outcomes and that you have an intent that is solid so that, hey, we took team A from this level to this level and these are the skills that we learned and this is what I would like to do next. So you have a measure of success or you have a measure of where you were and where you want to get to. And then that way, that's your justification for being able to get the team to, because they have day jobs, being able to get the team to actually take time to train and then also getting the funding to support range and range improvements so that you can keep assisting and helping to grow that knowledge and keep the people interested. They're fun.
That's great. Being meaningful and purposeful.
Yep.
Hey, Dean, why don't you close us out with 1 minute of stuff here?
I'll keep it short and sweet. I will say this, and this is somewhat of a paraphrase of a quote I think Jack Welch made a number of years ago. The only thing worse than training your team or training an individual on your team and having them leave is not training them and having them stay.
Yes.
I think we have an obligation to everyone on our teams to provide them as much training and knowledge as possible. If they move on to bigger and better things, you get to say that you had a hand in that. If they stick around, you get to build an incredible team that's going to then pay back dividends, year over year. And, those junior folks will come in, learn from those senior folks, and it'll simply grow that way. That would be my only takeaway here.
What a great way to close out this panel. That was really awesome. You guys were fantastic. Jason, I'm sorry I embarrassed you at the start with reading about how great you are, but really you guys are fantastic. And I think the audience now understands that. You're going to be heading over into that Slack channel. It's the one called hallway-panel-maximizing the value. So if you go over there for that, we'd appreciate it. Also, please do fill out your session feedback. We really do want to hear from you. And thank you, all of our fantastic panelists. It was just so good to talk with you. I really enjoyed that. And now we're going to move directly to our next talk. So James Line. Mr. James, are you there? I think you're saying yes, but maybe you're on mute. Oh, the host has blocked your video. Can we please allow James Line to be visible? And well, while the host is working on making James Line visible, let me tell you a little bit about James Line. I've known James, 10 years or so? I first met him when he was over at Sophos, and he was a SANS instructor. He did a SANS murder board with me years ago and had me in stitches. It was funny, interesting. He was presenting my own material back to me, and I was like, dude, that was incredible. That was so good. He taught a whole bunch of SANS courses, did some incredible research, has published simply amazing ideas. He's now the CTO of the SANS Institute, where he's helping SANS plot its future use of technology, doing incredible stuff with lab platforms and ranges. Just really awesome stuff. James, one of the highlights of my life has been visiting the UK and going to Bletchley Park with James Line. So James and I spent a day walking through Bletchley and just having fun and totally geeking out and looking at all the Enigma machines there and stuff. That was truly a joy. Now, James is going to be presenting. Yes. Well, James is going to be presenting to us now on making the most of cyber ranges. So, James, please do share with us what you have to say.
Superb. Well, let me get my screen share up here. And Ed, thank you very much for that that kind introduction. And an absolute pleasure to be here. Yeah, and I think you know, what I really want to do here is put a footnote and a set of conclusions around, I think, an incredibly valuable set of messages from the talk track today, from the kind of opening talks this morning, focusing on the application of kinetic ranges, through to that absolutely superb panel that was just packed with advice on how you can avoid some of the common missteps in the kind of cyber range space. Now, I've had a lot of experiences of this going well. I've also had a lot of experiences of this going horribly wrong. I've worked with a lot of organizations through my career, you know, conducting exercises where I've seen kind of themes develop of certain assumptions that really inhibit people's success. And in some cases, with some actually pretty catastrophic results. And I'm not just talking about, you know, kind of wasting money or not getting the value we should. I actually mean in some cases career damaging. So I want to take you through a summary of some of the things that I think it's really important we as a community, as a set of people buying technology, participating in events, developing technology, really focus on to make the most of cyber ranges and their evolving use case for us in the cybersecurity community. And I want to tie up at the end with something I think is really interesting. I actually went and surveyed 30 people who are, you know, either kind of zealots and in the limelight of the information security community, you know, really in the, you know, the crux of the range space, or friends and family that have spent huge amounts of time, you know, organizing exercises, being in ranges. And I asked them questions about the top things they've done horribly wrong, the big mistakes they've made, and the things that they've done right that they would recommend anyone do. And I'm going to share those with you at the end, an 8 and 8 of each, so that you can take them away and make sure that we apply them to better results. I want to start off, you know, back here at this wonderful slide that you know, Jim Yacone presented at the beginning of the day, and just kind of touch on this really important concept that has stood the test of time. Mike Asante, who, as Jim mentioned, we were, you know, very unfortunate to lose from the information security community, established this model that, unlike many of the fast-changing concepts in our industry, continues to be as, if not more relevant today as when he first coined it. Ranges, for many, are often jammed into the singular. They're treated as a thing that we need to go and buy. You've done the training, now you go do the range. But there's actually a whole host of different types of ranges, of different types of exercises with very different objectives for different stages of maturity, for different points in your career, for different focused outcomes, depending on where you are in this cycle. And it's not just about building the blocks up, but as James mentioned, kind of retracking back down, requalifying, sharpening your skills and working back up. Now, I don't want to do this to death, but I do believe that in the kind of later portions of the presentation here, it's one of the most crucial concepts that we can pick up on. You know, I have watched people time and time again try and go and buy a range, look at a model like this, and say, well, we're pretty good. We definitely need to be in that force on force exercise bucket. So we're going to go set up a range and we're going to run an exercise. And inevitably the conclusion is a complete abysmal failure, an explosion of horrible sorts where everyone runs into the room and manages to shoot each other, get frustrated, angry, irritated, and a lot of money is spent. One particularly pressing example of this comes from a young man, only a few years into his cybersecurity career, who I talked to not too long ago, actually, about their first experience of being a cyber range. And this small nugget, I think, perfectly classifies the danger. He said, I participated in a team exercise and was left feeling completely incompetent and went back to IT. Now, thankfully, he's back in our industry, but it actually did take some time. He participated in this exercise. There was great bravado and confidence to be a wonderful thing, and was so utterly destroyed by the experience, so confused, so kind of set up against colleagues, that it was an overwhelmingly negative, positive, and negative exercise, and diminished all possible value. So it's really, really important. It matters to people's professional development and their lives that we're quite careful with our application of ranges for the right time in people's careers. Now, with that health and safety warning issued, of course, this is a fascinating space, isn't it? I mean, it's fun. It's packed with cool technology and simulations and the opportunity to break into things and defend and have some fun competition. So I don't want to bring down the mood too much. And therefore, let's have a bit of levity for a moment and skip through some of the most entertaining examples of things going wrong in the range space I've seen over the past few years. The first one is needless bravado. I watched two organizations. These in particular were in the UK. They may be government organizations, although I've watched many others do something similar, engage in a completely arbitrary and pointless competition. Not a range, a competition on whose range was bigger or biggerer. They literally were competing over numbers of blade. Wow, hardware, very range. Nothing about the difference it was making, nothing about the number of iterations and training cycles of the people going through it, but how impressive it was. They had this wonderful capability. Now, that leads on to a second fairly terrible habit that develops with a lot of range projects, which is an over-obsession on recreating the internet. This is actually a wonderful screenshot from a British comedy. So it's a bit dated now. I apologize if it doesn't translate wonderfully into other parts of the world, but this particular sketch is one in which the character here, Jen, is told that the entire internet runs in this small black box with a flashing light, and of course proceeds to protect it very carefully. And that's actually a direct parallel, despite how ludicrous that is when you think about it for a moment, a direct parallel to what lots of organizations try to do in their range projects. They obsess so hard over creating texture, texture, texture. I've literally heard the words from the mouth of a range orchestrator. How are we going to recreate Facebook so that we can have people understand the attack and defense model in social media? It's impossible, or at least exceptionally and ridiculously hard, which leads us to the question, how much realism do you really need? There's a sliding scale here, and indeed at different points with different learning outcomes, you need more or less of this. It can actually get in the way, which is a concept I'll come back to in a little more depth momentarily. Now, second to the desire to replicate the internet and not moderate texture, is the desire in Rangers to replicate a level of realism that instantly creates utter frustration and anger. Now, frustration can be a strategy. If you think about it, we work through training exercises. The cybersecurity industry has never been so broad, so fragmented. There have never been so many different roles with so many different tools, with such a fast pace of development we have to stay on top of. I mean, it's insane and amazing, going from the cupboard in the data center to the limelight in the public as a national issue where everyone's trying to recruit the best people. It follows that because of that fragmentation, all these different skills, we need more and more different places to be able to practice the skills that we're developing. But so many people jump straight to, let's make this so realistic and so infuriating that people will feel the pressure of what it's like in real life. Now, that's a wonderful strategy at a certain point of expertise, at a certain point of maturity, working with a team that you know very well. But it can utterly break people, per my health and safety warning early on. We need to work through the building blocks first. We need people to connect with the fun, the passion for learning, solving challenges, and persistence. You don't do that by banging your head into the wall repeatedly. You do that by being challenged, being frustrated, seeing success, learning that it's fun, getting addicted to that buzz of problem solving, and working up to some of the brutal difficulty in these higher level challenges, in some cases which are harder, truly, certainly more taxing and contrived than real life. That has its place. It can be a strategy, but it is too often a default assumption of so many buyers. Another classic is training to be really great at CTFs, training to be really great at exercises, not really great at real life. Now, kind of contrived and abstract challenges have their place. They're fun, they're entertaining, learning about tools and command syntax and blasting through lots of things quickly can be achieved in CTF format apace. But at some point, you can form the habit of teaching people to search for flags versus the learning objective of actually being able to model an adversary or respond to an incident, of having the opportunity to misstep in those rich ways beyond the simple application of the tool, between the technical practice, communication, and outcome. And this is another mistake I've seen occur time and time again, the obsession over points and certain practices versus worrying about the learning outcomes and focusing on what you're actually trying to teach people at that point in their career. Another cardinal sin, and a fun one, a little story for you here on something I actually got to build a number of years ago that was just great fun and maybe devious, one might even say. You might want to replicate it potentially. I was invited to an organization who had a real challenge with teamwork. And again, teamwork exercises in the range space are not where I'd start. You need to work up to them. You need to work through skill acquisition, effective training, make sure you're effective with your tools, you know the language, before you work up to working together. This particular organization had been working on that for quite some time, and the seminal issue they had diagnosed from running these ranges again and again and looking at the behaviors of their people, the learning outcomes each time, was that technical practitioners wouldn't pay attention to each other's work. Yes, they would pay lip service to centralized communications and sharing, but not in a meaningful way. So we did something fun. We used range design and the diversity of different range styles and practices that are out there to build something to solve that specific issue. We took a little Raspberry Pi and configured it as a kind of emulation of a flight recorder, a little black box that the team of 5 people had to work together to work through a process of analysis, a mix of forensics, a mix of offensive. We actually wanted to blend technical skills in ways that would make people uncomfortable to play back to that learning objective, getting people to work together. But the fun masterstroke was the whole thing was engineered so that when someone ran a scan against this particular box, it would take a bunch of their data and reflect it on ports to a bunch of the other people. It would literally use the actions of one to trigger actions in the other. And so it caused complete chaos if you tried to do lots of things in parallel. You actually have to recognize that, stop, down tools, talk to each other, pick someone to do something, sequence things out, and relearn the practice of kind of technical isolation and the impact on one another. So there are lots of different types of ranges and lots of different scenarios that can be very purposely targeted around certain outcomes. And what that customer did right, that was really smart, was paying close attention to the value they were getting from ranges and designing it to solve the organizational and capability problems that they had. Just a couple more of these, and then I'm going to move to some of the quotes from people on the kind of top do's and don'ts. And I hope you're having fun and kind of noting a few of these. I imagine a few people in the audience are kind of face palming with, oh yes, I've done that. I certainly have been guilty of some of these sins. I hope others are scribbling down things to avoid shortly. This is a big one. I mentioned earlier this idea that there was this obsession with constant realism. And at some point, that's an incredibly powerful tool. In lots of ranges, in lots of kind of projects where people are trying to right size the range of their organization, I've heard things like, but hints are bad. We should give them an open world and see what happens. Now, granted, at a certain point of maturity, that's an excellent experience. But abstracted versions of learning, simplified versions that move people through the process, are absolutely crucial to learning. And let me give you a brutal example of that I think people here might get. This is an extreme demonstration based on teaching kids offensive cryptography. And this is a range focused on 13 to 18-year-olds. And that's why it's an extreme example that really makes the point. Here we're teaching the idea of being able to obfuscate data by changing the order of things, jumbling up data to make it hard to recover. And it's a very simple pattern. Of course, you could jump in offensive cryptography world to organizing the data into a series of sets and looking at its application to the English language, and doing pattern frequency analysis. In more advanced offensive cryptography, maybe you get after the general number field sieve, depending on your level of algebraic familiarity. But that's an untenable starting place. What we do here is produce something that's purposely contrived that creates that breakthrough moment, the aha of I can actually move things into a different order to obfuscate, and I can move them back and look for a crib, expected data, something that's plain text in English that enables me to kind of get my head around the actual goal of this exercise. You can build on this with one that's more complicated. You can build on one that a human can't do manually and cause a computer to have to shuffle it. You could build on one that requires you to use modern day tools and realistic examples. You can move that along to examples from the real world, but with a framework of hints to help people move through and be encouraged. You can move through into one that purposely divides this up to require a team to work together to have the creativity and compute to solve it. And this is a concept that too often goes out the window in the obsession of my range is bigger than your range and I'm going to replicate the internet. So, being cognizant of time here, let me share with you some do's and don'ts. Now, I apologize for my wordy slides here. They are a horrible sin, I know, compared to the graphics before, but I wanted to capture them because they grab a lot of the kind of literal wording from people that I spoke to, and it'll be easier to download this and quote it thereafter in the PDF format. So let me take you through a few of these just to really draw in on what I think makes ranges valuable and right-sized to a specific organization. Things not to do. Number one, focus on the infrastructure. Lots of servers, tons of hardware. I mean, it's great to do that. But if you have weak scenarios and you don't have good learning outcomes. You're not trying to teach something. What you've got is an incredibly expensive, weird data center, right? It's just a ton of electrons flowing around without creating much value in your people. Texture matters, it needs to be applied correctly, but not as much as the learning objectives. Secondly, letting people play the game. That's letting people hack their way through using CTF tactics, hunting for points. Change things up, use diversity, change the style of game, the type of communication. Don't fall into a rut. Otherwise, you're just retraining the same muscle repeatedly without overall making that person better. Don't fail to recognize the differences in the needs of different styles of teams. I actually, at first, thought this one was really obvious. This wasn't one of mine, but it follows with actually a few examples that I thought were really, really prescient. There's a lot in common in what adversary emulation, offensive practitioners and defenders and forensics folks need. Absolutely. But the stylistic differences, the processes, the time periods over which the ranges run can be very, very different. And it's important to recognize each of those variations and have a talent development plan for the different types of people in your organization and not jam them into security people in a range. Number 4 is a big one, running straight into a team exercise. Team exercises are hard. They can be invaluable development opportunities. But for example, throwing into a red on blue exercise with a team that don't know each other well, that aren't matured, professionalized, used to these exercises, can create permanent personality blocks and often aren't waged fairly, frankly. They're valuable exercises, but they require finesse. They have to be used at the right time. And I've got some more advice on that momentarily, a really good point from one of my colleagues on the next slide in the do's on how to do this. So don't run away from them, but use them at the right point of maturity once you've laddered up through all of the other ranges. Watch out for unstable infrastructure that causes pain and frustration. It's technology. Things go wrong, for sure. But if you're constantly fighting technical issues, it really robs the learning experience. And it makes people not want to do this repetitiously. So that's a pretty self-explanatory one, but important. Don't fall into the trap of, I've done the training, now I do the range. There are lots of different types of ranges for different types of skill levels, yes, but cycling back through skill acquisition is important. You don't do your couple of blocks of training, learn a bunch of skills, and then just go into range land and stay there forever. You backtrack round per Mike Asante's model that I think is just one of the ones I really want to underline here as the best way to get value from ranges. Build in on top of that time with experience in the workplace, a cycle of training, hands-on experience, exercises, and you get to something really powerful. Don't fail to challenge your ROI. Look, I know this sounds really, really cheesy, but I've seen it so many times I have to say it. Organizations with substantial budgets, organizations with smaller budgets, I need a range, I must have it, that buy something, acting and spending outrageously on assumption that don't step back and ask the question, how did it make our people better? How do we continue to get value from it year on year? Once we've done the first set of scenarios, what next? How do we cycle through again and move to that next notch? How do we continue to align it to what the cyber criminals are doing and how our adversaries are changing their tactics? And lastly, I've really touched on this one a lot, but using that diversity of range types and styles, the specialist exercises, focusing on driving specific skill acquisition, practicing communication, even using frustration as a strategy at the right time in the journey towards excellence. Now let me jump here into this set of do's, and I think this, well, some of them sound obvious, are things that can save you a lot of time and money and help you make your people better. That's really my goal here. Number 1, build confidence and then make things more challenging. Don't be scared to work through training into basic challenges, into more complex simulations, cycling through real world experiences, Don't jump in at the deep end. It's encouraging to people. You build blocks of fun and passion experience. That means when you get to the hard stuff at the high end, you have this lifetime pattern and experience built to stick with it, to show tenacity, to be able to challenge frustration and become a world-class practitioner. Number 2, clearly identify your leadership goals for the exercise and the outcomes. This is not done in a vacuum. It's not a technical exercise where we go have fun in a range and say, great job, we learned lots of things and had fun with tools. Really important that we're aligned to leadership on the capabilities that we are building. This was a wonderful insight from Tim Conway, who I regard as just one of the best specialists in this space and has seen so many of these exercises fly by. So I really want to underline that number 2 here. Put as much priority on the briefings and retrospectives, wash-ups, after-action reviews, oh my, what went wrong, whatever you want to call them, as you do the exercise itself. That's where the actual learning occurs. See, so many organizations blow by those and focus on the technical dynamics of the range without getting people to spend time exchanging information, learning, and leveling up. Know your learning objectives. LOs, LOs, LOs. Measure against them. Did you move the needle on team understanding or capability? Or did you just have a rumble in ETH0 and throw some packets around? It's okay to do stuff for fun, have a pizza party and fire around Metasploit. That's okay once in a while, but we want to continuously focus on that next set of learning objectives. Build in the cycles to test, simulate, and develop. You don't just show up to a range, do things and leave. You don't do that in a few hours. You don't do that in a 2-day exercise. Adversaries take time to develop campaigns. They take time to develop tools. They work through validation, test scenarios, and measure outcomes. I remember many years ago being staggered when I was working on combating a cybercriminal gang that was generating hundreds of thousands of malicious code samples a day and bypassing a bunch of detection mechanisms we were creating, finding they had a quality assurance hardware rig running in China where they were QAing against all of the positive security controls in the world, finding the flaws and then shipping them on an automated basis. We need to replicate that. And it applies for defenders too. We configure, we deploy, we monitor, we test, and we refactor based on lessons learned. Those cycles are as important as the peak of the scenario. The build up to the exercise matters just as much as that. 7, map range progression into employee development and training programs. Again, I know this sounds really obvious in a talk, but I see so few organizations doing this. If you embed it into professional development plans and you make sure that people are kind of progressing, acquiring new skills, leveling up through their jobs, proving that they have what it takes to be that defender of your environment, it makes this relevant. It makes it worthy of the time, and it helps encourage the organizational recognition of ranges like we have all achieved for training to make sure we have the right skills. And last but certainly not least, again, one I want to see much more frequently. I have had so many conversations with people that engaged in range exercises, they hate it. And I've heard the same thing a lot of times from people who say the same things about the same particular setups. Share. I know we all have slightly different missions, different maturities of workforces and organizations at different points. But by sharing our procurement requirements, our goals, what we're trying to get from our ranges, and what worked and what didn't, we're actually able to avoid these missteps that are very expensive and potentially damaging to our people. Share these stories, talk to your peers. The collective intelligence of our community significantly helps you misstep here. I see Jim has come off mute. That is my prompt to stop talking about ranges, right, Jim?
James, keep going. We've got a little more time.
Well, it's a passionate subject for me, and look, there's been so much wonderful advice today, you know, from everyone. So many people who just had so much fun building ranges, being in ranges, getting value from them. I believe this range space is incredibly strategic to us as security practitioners. Security continues to expand and fragment. the skills required, the number of jobs that exist compared to where I started is unfathomable. And the pace of trying to keep up with it, amazing. And as those requirements evolve, for us as security practitioners to keep up with the adversaries, to keep up with technology, we're going to have to expand the skills we need, the tools that we need, which obviously drives requirements in the places that we need to train. I think that we will see, much like we saw pen tests be the domain of higher echelons of military and intelligence before drifting into the broader world around us, something that we should all do, something that compliance regulations dictate as mandate and important, even in small businesses. I believe this range space comes crashing down into all of our worlds more and more. And it's up to us, the people in this room here, engaged in the range space now, to be savvy, to be thoughtful, not hype driven, and to establish good practices that allow ranges to make a difference to people, focus on content and learning outcomes, not blinky, flashy lights. Now I'm going to talk to him.
Yeah, thank you so much. James is obviously the CTO here at SANS. He's got a pretty awesome past and was probably one of the most wicked cyber operators for Her Majesty's Royal Government. And we are super fortunate to have him here. He is a lateral thinker, and I always have fun in conversations with James. So James, thank you for what I really got out of your synthesis is, I think, learning of outcomes drive content, and then content drives infrastructure. I mean, I think that kind of summarized that bulletized list, but what an excellent summary and things to think about. Hey folks, this now ends the day for track 2, or ranges track. We are going to lift and shift over to track 1 for the last panel, and then the Global Cyber Range Competition Awards. So if you want to lift and shift over, you'll see Ed Scotus, who's going to moderate our last panel, Practical Cyber Range Tips from Experienced Builders and Users. Hope to see you there.